Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're very clear.
Peter, how are you?
Yeah, I'm proper leadership. Yourself?
Oh, I'm not good.
No, the audio is good. It's just that people were quiet. No one was speaking.
Okay.
The audio is perfectly fine.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, members. Morning, colleagues from AG. You may remove your slides until you're called upon. The chair and other few members struggling with the link we sent. I'm just going to resend the link again to them. Sorry for the delay.
Sia, Honorable Horn is trying to get in, but he's got a message that says he's locked out. So can you try and help him, please?
Yes, I'm already speaking with him as well. I'm just going to resend the link we have to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Apologies for that.
Recording stopped.
Morning, members, once again, I sent the link. I'm sure the other members who are struggling will be joining us soon. Apologies for the delay again. Our apologies, members. It seems like the meeting was locked. It was a technical glitch, maybe from our side. I think the chair has joined and other members. Our apologies once again.
Good morning to everybody.
Recording in progress.
I'm so sorry for the mishap. It seems that the meeting was locked, so some of us could not be able to get in. I'm not sure whether Sia was trying to stage a coup or not.
No, that lockout was specific to certain, not everybody. So we knew who wanted to lock out.
Oh, bueno.
No, I think there was a coup attempt by CL and Honorable Janji. Good morning, members, and welcome to this last term of the last term. We are going to have a very intense program, and I would appeal to members that when we make our inputs, we should always bear in mind that we'll be having more than 3 items in a day, and very involved items. So I would appeal to members to be mindful of time when we make our inputs, whilst also not compromising our oversight function and responsibility. So we are going to have to pass 4 bills this term. So it's going to be a very tight term. But I would like to welcome everybody. And can we fly to the agenda? I have 3 apologies, in fact, on my side. It's Honorable Iago, who is still recuperating. I was spoke to her yesterday. She's better than the last time I spoke to her, but she's still recuperating. It might take time for her to be back on her feet. We must keep her in our prayers. And Honorable Jele will join us late. She's flying back to Cape Town. She's going to log in when she lands. And the minister is going to join after 11. I was told that there is a program that they are doing in the morning, so we'll start with the others, and then the minister will join. The minister will join later after 11. Are there any other apologies? I don't see any. So the agenda is being flighted. Members, you would also know that I asked the Secretariat to circulate the letter from the minister yesterday, which has an impact on item number 5. If I were to just summarize the letter, they have taken the information regulators' findings on review. So the matter is before court. So they have asked that because the matter is sub judice, that we don't deal with that matter today. That is depending on what the committee says, that would have impact on item number 5. Can we what is the committee's decision on that one? The letter from the minister would suggest that we don't deal with item number 5. Would that be in order?
Morning, Chair, may I speak?
Okay, Honorable
I don't think that we should regard it as taking the matter off the agenda. I think we should discuss it.
So we discuss it when we on item 5.
Yes, and when the minister is present, preferably.
Okay. Honorable Swart.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the colleagues. Yes, I'm in agreement with Honorable Breitenbach that we do need to possibly discuss it. The challenge is if we agree to not discuss it pending review, that could take months before that matter is dealt with in court. And does that then mean that we got to wait for the outcome of a judgment or an appeals? So I think we do need to discuss a way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Janje.
Yes, no, thanks, Chair. My interest was, I'm not sure whether it might not be sufficient from the letter they would have shared with you, at least the reasons why they take this on review. And so maybe some clarities might be needed when the minister is here, that we engage with that, because this issue has been with us, and at the point when it was presented, reported to us, there was no indication of uncomfortability from the department. So it's kind of a surprise that this is what you're getting. And so we do need to, perhaps in addition to the colleagues, get some kind of a discussion. What we should not agree to is a non-discussion on this, on the basis that there's a review. So I want to agree with that.
No, thank you very much, members. I think we will, which means that if I understand what the member is saying, is that the agenda stays as it is, and then they will have to explain themselves when we reach that item, the minister and the department. Can I now put the agenda as it is? Is there any mover for the adoption of the agenda?
I move, Chair, Steve Swart.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart moves. Any seconder?
Second, Chair.
Thank you very much. The agenda is agreed to. Can we now move to the first item? Can you flag the agenda? Yes. We are now on item number 3, overview of annual reports by the Auditor-General. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Office of the Auditor-General. Over to you. Who is leading? Office of the Auditor-General.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Morning.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. We can see
Good morning.
you.
Yes. Good morning to yourself, to the honorable members, colleagues from the departments, and everyone on the call. My name is Nozi Ponekope. I am the acting Deputy Business Unit Leader at AGSA. I know you're used to Mr. Van Vuren from National C, but however is not available today due to being allocated to another unit within the AGSA. With me today, Chair, I have my colleagues who will be taking us through the Department of Correctional Service, Mr. Dennis Alof, and other senior manager from responsible for Department of Justice. I think it'll be Apindule. Thank you for this opportunity to come and table our audit outcome for the department. Can I ask maybe things to flight the slides for us? I would just like to start with the mission and vision of the Auditor-General. Yes.
Honorable Chair, and Ziba, can you see the slide?
Yes, thanks. Thank you so much. Chair, our mission and vision remains the same. We deliver on our mandate by providing independent assurance to various stakeholders on whether government entities and departments that use the public funds have managed their financial affairs in line with sound financial principles, and if they have complied with the relevant legal framework, and if they have provided credible information on their achievement in terms of their financials as well as their performance objective. In everything that we do, whether it's the audit that we conduct or insights that we share, our elevated focus is on the lived realities of people of South Africa. And in our audits of performance reporting, or whether we issue the MI, our main objective is to enable oversight, accountability, and government in the public sector, and in order to build the public confidence in that the government delivers service efficiently, effectively, and economically. We have our strategy, which is Culture Shift 2030. And our vision in the strategy is to have more direct, consistent, and meaningful impact on improving the lives of our ordinary citizens. That means if we can go to accountability ecosystem, the new strategy, Culture Shift 2030, really give birth to what we call accountability ecosystem. In that, if we work together, everyone is doing their part in the accountability ecosystem. Shifting the public sector culture is possible. We start with the officials who are responsible for their day-to-day internal controls, and there are senior managers that are responsible in ensuring that the internal control are adhered to and the consequence management is implemented as necessary. And then we have our accounting officers and or authority who are supported by internal auditors and audit committee to ensure that the department or the entities are achieving their mandate. And obviously they are supported by the minister who must provide the oversight and ensure that the mandate of the department and entities are achieved throughout the administrative term. On the other side of the wheel, we have the oversight structures. And the oversight structures really are responsible to ensure that the department and entities have staff and resources that enables them to deliver on their mandate. In the middle, we have the AGSA, and that is why we are here today to provide the oversight that we obtain during our audits. And the aim is to influence everyone in the ecosystem to do the right thing and ensure that we use our enforcement powers if it's not really done. And our aim really is to ensure that the citizens of South Africa lived realities is improved. Chair, I would like to hand over to who will continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee members and members of the department. If I can then continue with this, the presentation. Firstly, I want to give an overview over our audit outcomes of the department over the administrative term. Honorable Chair, members, as you could see in 2019-20, the department was qualified on the financial statements with findings Honorable Chair and members, if you could remember, this was relating to the irregular qualification that the department have received. In the subsequent years, 2021 to 2022-23, the department were able to address this issue. So it's an improvement from qualified with findings to an unqualified with findings for the Department of Correctional Services. Honorable Chair, if I then move to the second slide from my side, it's with regard to the recommendations. Honorable Chair, honorable members, we have made some recommendations in the previous audit cycles that feedback must be obtained from the accounting officer with regard to an action plan. And this is just broken down into more detail here below this first bullet. A focus area is the supply chain management environment of the department, as well as consequence management was also a major issue in previous cycles. And then with regard to HR management to ensure that vacant positions that's critical of nature for the department be filled. And then lastly, with regard to the material irregularity that was added. We have observed, Honorable Chair and members, that the department have responded to the committee and feedback was provided on the progress with regard to the audit action plan. But I think there is still some recommendations that we will make at the end for the committee to consider. Honorable Chair, I'm going to move forward to the portfolio performance of the department. On a very high level, we must congratulate the Department of Correctional Services. They didn't receive any material findings on the performance reporting. The performance reporting, in terms of planning, there were no material findings from the Auditor-General, as well as with regard to reporting. The quality of reporting was of such a nature that no material misstatements was identified. That's a positive aspect on the department. In service delivery, we evaluated the medium-term strategic framework, and specifically in this framework, a reference was made to two indicators that form part of Program 5, Social Reintegration. The first one is with regard to the increase the number of victims participating in restorative judgment programs. The target for the year was 4,100 victim offender dialogues, VODs, and the department have achieved in this regard 18,000 more or less. So it's an overachievement. This next indicator that directly linked to the medium-term strategic framework was the increase of number of offenders, parolees, and probationers participating in restorative judgment program. The target was 3,000 offenders, and there was also overachievement with 5,500 that have participated. If one then sit back and look at the department's achievement, as reported in the annual report, the department have achieved 87% of the indicators or overachieved on some of them, but there was 13 indicators that was not achieved. The main indicator that's affecting us was with regard to overcrowding. It is under Program 2, where the department didn't achieve the target as required by the performance planning best practices. And this was mainly due to an influx, an increase in inmates population that the department have to oversee. That placed the department under stress, as well as a reduction in bed spaces between the previous period and the current period of 1,200 bed spaces. That was mainly because of refurbishment of infrastructure or availability on the new projects to create additional bed spaces. Honorable Chair, members, if I then could specifically move, as reported in the department's annual report, overcrowding, the target was 32%. The actual achievement was 46%. And that was mainly due to an influx or increase an inmates population over the period from 1 April 22 to 31st March. The remand detainees and other inmates population increased by 8,700 and the sentence increased by 5,100. Within the sentence population, there was offenders in custody with option of fines. And within the remand detainee, there was 4,700 remand detainees with bail, also incarcerated in the correctional facilities. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, sitting back, evaluating the effect of the integrated justice process, I must indicate that we see correctional services at the end of this process. It is like a ripple effect. If the processes is not properly managed within this, it will result in an increase in overcrowding. There was a 14% increase to 46%, as I've mentioned, and within that population, 35% of the total inmate population relates to remand detainees. So evaluating that or getting insights to that was an eye-opener for us, and taking it forward to see what is in the control of the department, because we must be honest, the department must accept a remand detainee. It's their responsibility for safekeeping and well-being of the individual. But the department have certain systems that they've implemented. These systems are not properly rolled out or in place or ensuring that the correct information is obtained. This is actually one of the factors that the department can utilize in future to be more efficient. Honorable Chair, members, then there was also infrastructure delays. We have visited the Parys Correctional Facility, and it was identified after that the contractor was suspended, and there's now processes between Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, that is the agent for this project for correctional services, to see if there's not potential claims or losses that can be recovered from the contractor due to poor workmanship. Closing facilities also have an impact. That's on a very high level, our observation. Now the impact. Remand detainees not timely sentenced and no bed space is created. That placed the department under pressure. The root causes for that is a slow prosecution of cases within the integrated justice system. It takes longer to sentence a remand detainee or give him a fine or corrective actions that must be done, not within maybe correctional facilities. So that's one of the causes. And then the information systems. Talking about the greater integrated justice system, but within the department, it is the Integrated Inmates Management System, IMS, that I think we also reported on in the previous sessions to the Portfolio Committee. Our recommendations is that the department or the accounting officer should focus on enhancing and improving the information systems, as well as making sure to implement oversight controls with regard to construction. I know the fact that the department is not directly responsible for projects, but there is an oversight responsibility that must be performed by the department. Honorable Chair, honorable members, infrastructure projects. Now, there's a bigger project within the Auditor-General that we actually evaluate the rollout of the integrated justice system at all the member departments in the portfolio, but specifically to correctional services. It was noted that project management was not always followed. The design and implementation controls was not always followed, and there was a lack of adequate project governance and oversight with regard to IJS projects. The table below just gives an indication of projects that forms part of the integrated justice system that was started. And then we have the planned date and the revised date. So some of these projects are moved out from being delivered in 2023 to 2026. There could be various reasons. And there's also projects that's on hold at the moment with no end date or revised date. The impact thereof is that it's not rolled out. It's not supporting the department and the interaction with other departments, other member departments, the information that must flow to the other member departments. And the root cause or the cause of it is mostly delays in procurement processes. Honourable members, and CITA is also involved in this procurement processes for some of these projects. So it's not only within the department. CITA is also an agent to make sure that these processes is rolled out. What we recommended to the department is that they must implement measures to ensure that systems are regularly updated and that the systems provide accurate information. They must focus on the IT environment. Your IT environment must actually support your operations and make it more efficient, especially in future where there is going to be pressures on the department to deliver the same service with maybe a cut in the appropriation or the vote. Then also, it's recommended that the accounting officer must perform some oversight responsibilities with regard to the IJS projects, because it's affecting the bigger implementation of integrated justice systems. Honourable Chair, if I can then move to the next slide. It's relating to material irregularities. The department have only one material irregularity. It's the same one as we have reported in the audit report the previous year and the current year. The potential value of the material irregularity is 1.1 million, and it relates to interest on a court settlement that was paid after 30 days. That's allowed in terms of Treasury regulations. We have reported this to the accounting officer, and the accounting officer has instituted investigations and have also looked at the internal controls and processes. We received the investigations report from the accounting officer and raised various concerns and deficiencies reached in the reports. Subsequently to that, the accounting officer also contacted the Chief State Law Advisor on the validity of the material irregularity. And on 20 April 2023, it was confirmed that it is a valid material irregularity. And for that reason, we have taken further steps in escalating the MI with regard to the correctional services. And we have made recommendations. Chairperson and honourable members, if you look at the audit report, you will see under material irregularity, there is recommendations. It's summarized as follows. The accounting officer must implement this by the 27th of February 2024. The investigations that was done by the accounting officer must be sent or referred to the state attorney to determine whether any responsible official is liable by law for the losses suffered and maybe for the purpose of recovery. And also, if there is to be taken disciplinary steps, the consequence management must be implemented as quick as possible. Then with regard to the portfolio's supporting this, it's requested the portfolio committee to request the action plans on the implementations and support and monitor the accounting officer on the implementation of these actions. Honourable Chair, members of the committee, if I now move to the financial reporting. On financial reporting, The department have maintained its controls to ensure that there is no material misstatements within the financial statements. In other words, it's an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. As we have reported previously on the dashboard, I could mention to you as a committee that the financial management controls are in place. There is proper record keeping. Daily monthly controls are in place. In year-end reporting is taking place. They are reviewed, the monitoring in terms of financial compliance. They perform the compliance. We have received the statements on 31st of May. There's no adjusted information on that statements, as well as after the audit. There were no adjustments. So congratulations to the department on the financial controls that is in place. Honorable Chair, just a key insight from a financial health perspective. This is not reported in our audit report, but if we accrual adjust the financial statements of the department, our department is on a modified cash, so whenever paid, that's the date of expenditure. If we adjust this for the department to a normal entity, like in the private sector, we will see there's a accrued adjust deficit that's realized. Also on the assets to liabilities, there's a 1 billion asset liability problem. We have also seen that the department's accounting statements or cash management bank is in an overdraft of 128 million. Although this is not a going concern issue, as I've mentioned, it's not in our audit report, it could result that if the department have to settle all the liabilities at one stage, there could be possible unauthorized expenditure due to cash flow and availability of amounts within the vote. So it can be a risk for the department, and also it could impact on future service delivery, as these liabilities is already 8.3% of the next year's budget. So there must be proper management of these contingent liabilities. And I think the one that's a concern for us is the unconfirmed balances between departments and entities that is increasing. Honorable Chair, then the next level of audit, it's the audit of compliance performed by the Auditor-General. We have identified 2 material findings. Honorable Chair, there's no movement. There's still an issue with regard to compliance. But Honorable Chair and members, if you move or look at the previous year audit report, you would have found 4 or 5 of these paragraphs. The current paragraph relates to project management. It relates to price quotations that was performed on values of 190 million instead of contracts that was agreed to. And then reoccurrence of irregular expenditure. On the prevention paragraph, you would have also noticed in the previous period, fruitless and wasteful expenditure was also indicated in the audit report. This year, it's only irregular expenditure. Now, the action plans of the department was implemented, but it was not adequately implemented to prevent this non-compliance. So I think this is a very important focus area for the department to move away from this non-compliance to procurement and contract management. Honorable Chair, then the reporting and compliance framework. It's very important that I highlight to the members of the committee as well as to the department that the framework have changed. How we present irregular, fruitless and wasteful as well as unauthorized expenditure have changed significantly due to this instruction note of National Treasury that was issued on the 3rd of January 2023. Firstly, the first bullet here is the movement of the irregular from the opening balance to the closing balance is no longer disclosed in the financial report, but it's still disclosed as part of the accounting office report in the annual report. Then public finance management institutions, like for instance the department, will disclose the current year expenditure. So it's only the current year expenditure and the comparative of the previous year current year expenditure in the financial statements. That's the amounts that we normally audit and express an opinion of. The historical balance, number 3 here, the opening and the closing balance, is also now disclosed in the annual financial statements. Then with regard to the message for the portfolio committee, this could have placed the portfolio committee in a sort of a disadvantage if the disclosures is not correct, because the committee would not have seen the full oversight. But what's happening now is that the Auditor-General have adjusted our approach. We have included a paragraph under other matters, clearly referring to where this information is disclosed in the annual report, and we would have reported on it if it was not properly disclosed. Honourable Chair, honourable members, I could state that the report or the information on irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as in the annual report of the accounting officer is correctly disclosed. So the committee can make use of that information. Honourable Chair, then irregular expenditure. As in previous presentations, we have always had the irregular expenditure of nearly R1 billion. The department have implemented the action plan, and it actually went down to 194 million this year. It's still relating to splitting of orders, as it's called. It's where we go out on quotations instead of having contracts in place. And then I could still report the irregular for the current year as disclosed in the financial statement. That 194 is accurate and complete. Consequence management, Honourable Chair, honourable members, what the Auditor-General's processes requires that we take the opening balance. It would be this 6.7 billion of the previous year that was disclosed in the financial statements. And firstly, we evaluate if it's being investigated. All irregular, fruitless and wasteful cases. We can give a positive feedback. That's why you don't see the material non-compliance paragraph, that the department have now investigations for all actions in the audit report. They are still in progress. That's why it's not dealt with currently. They have appointed investigations for all irregular expenditure and the fruitless and wasteful. So the department must just make sure that they implement the process forward. So it's important on that level. Then the conclusion, Honourable Chair, honourable members, we have identified the root causes as follows. There's still vacancies in the supply chain management positions. Market research must be done. If we want to go on the level of having contracts in place, bids in place, we must make sure we evaluate the suppliers and that the suppliers are reliable and will be able to supply. Then project management with regard to the IT environment. The ICT task team was implemented and in place for 2023. And then our recommendations is that we must put measures in place. The accounting officer must put measures in place, that the procurement is procured through contracts. And then we must make sure that the infrastructure projects are properly managed and that the recommendations of the MI is implemented. We made the following recommendations to the minister. We have met the minister twice. The first one is to manage the accounting, the audit action plans, and then to support the accounting officer in ensuring that the MI is in place. So from our side, Honourable Chair, we would recommend that the department still report on the audit action plans to the portfolio committee. It must be monitored. the progress of it, as well as the filling of key positions and procurement, as well as in IT, and that we recommend that the MI be managed and reported on. Honorable Chair, that's a mouthful on correctional services. So, Honorable Chair, if that's acceptable for you, I would like to hand over to my colleagues from Just to Nizipho to just conclude on the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, due to time, I would like to hand over to the Department of Justice with your permission. Tsepiso Fadudi will take us through the presentation. And after the presentation from the Department of Justice, then we can have can take questions together. Thanks, Chair.
No, I'm not sure. I let me check with members, because I think that was a lot of information on correctional services, and we always want to treat it as a separate department. If there are any questions, so that we can interact with correctional services before we go to justice.
Thanks, Chair. That is also allowed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions or comments? Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I want to firstly, Chair, ask of the Auditor-General regarding the IT matters that's part of their findings, and it is, as they indicated, repeat findings around the integrated inmate management system, and specifically the way in which target dates, both for interim milestones and the ultimate project, just keeps on being pushed out. Here from the Auditor-General, to what extent their audit entails also looking into the feasibility of such a project. Specifically, if it is characterized by a lack of progress, a lack of implementation from the one year to the next, and specifically in respect of the integrated inmate management system, given the context that National Treasury at the time, when the first contract was awarded on this for the development of the integrated inmate management system, was of the view that it is not a feasible project, that it, given certain constraints within the IT environment of both the country and correctional service facilities, will not be a project that could ever be completed. So the question to the Auditor-General is, to what extent does their audit also look into issues like this, specifically given the way that the milestones are just perennially being pushed out from one year to the next. Then, Chair, on the lack of adequate oversight and on infrastructure projects, it would be appreciated if the Auditor-General can be a bit more specific or practical in terms of what it means. This committee has dealt with, during a number of meetings with both the Minister and Correctional Services, on what we call the build projects of correctional services, and what is a worry in terms of the finding that there's a lack of adequate oversight to ensure implementation, is that this committee was at some point informed that due to budgetary constraints in the broader sense, not only that of correctional services, but of the state as a whole, these infrastructure projects have also been moved out from current financial years or even the medium-term framework to a later date. So in that sense, the finding that all of this was caused by a lack of oversight seems to be disconnected to the information confirmed to the portfolio committee, namely that there was a decision taken that these projects will not proceed as first announced, given financial constraints. So I don't know whether the Auditor-General can shed light on that specific matter. And then lastly, Chair, in terms of what is called the splitting of orders, the fact that again a significant amount was spent on procurement through quotations. The question to the Auditor-General is whether the same management or the same role players who decided again to go this route was responsible for it previously, and if that is indeed the case, at what point then is the advice of the Auditor-General to the department, the executive authority, and even this committee as an oversight body, that there must be disciplinary steps, not merely by what one can call the implementing agents, but also by disciplinary steps against those who bears ultimate responsibility for the performance of this department. I mean, I find it astounding, and colleagues would recall that last year we ultimately insisted on being afforded with the different line items indicating the way in which basic staples were procured through quotations rather than through a proper process. So I find it astounding that even given the spotlight that was shed both in the audit findings last year as well as the work of this committee, that this practice was persisted with. And I want to know to what extent, to what this can be ascribed, and what I want to say what stronger action can be taken. I've now referred to possible disciplinary steps against those who will bear ultimate responsibility for the functioning of this department, the management of it, and then maybe to just conclude these remarks or the remarks on this specific issue. The Auditor-General refers to a continuation or let's say a situation which is still earmarked by vacancies within the supply chain management unit. So the question is, to what extent have the Auditor-General found that appointments were made and then further vacancies occurred, or to what extent this department is faced with the situation of these vacancies in the supply chain unit not being filled at all? And if that is the case, what is then to be concluded from it? Is it part of a system then that is aimed at not complying with the Public Finance Management Act? So in other words, is it an intentional weakening of the supply chain management unit in order to keep on not following the law and splitting orders, etc.? Thank you.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Horn covered a lot of what I wanted to ask. Just a few issues. In terms of issues in DCS that comes from other departments, like for instance, overcrowding, the solution lies with Department of Justice in the pace at which remand detainees can be processed. So, and infrastructure shortcomings and projects that's not completed, or where contractors leave, that lies with Department of Public Works. So I just want to know from the Auditor-General if in the recommendations, are those recommendations also made to those departments where these problems emanate? Because a lot of things, DCS stands at the end of the line, so they are receiving things that come from elsewhere and they have to deal with it. Although it has a massive impact on their functionality and their budget, the solution to that specific problem does not necessarily lie with Department of Correctional Services. That's the one thing. Then in terms of reoccurring issues, now I went through similar reports like this for many years back. So is there a way that maybe the Auditor-General can supply us with a list? Because there's a long list of reoccurring issues, and recommendations are made year in, year out, but these things pop out time and time and again. Is there any recommendation from the AG that can maybe remedy the situation? Because most of these things seem to just, it's perpetually repeating itself. Then in terms of the irregular and fruitless expenses, it was in that one slide where that goes a few years back, and it says there that 99.9% of these issues are not dealt with. So is there possibly a cutoff time for these kind of things? Because I mean, we are looking at 6.9 billion rand, which is not a small amount of money. I just want more clarity on that. And then in terms of I think it was your last slide, the accruals, which could have potentially a very negative impact on the functionality of the department. I'm not very clear on your recommendations in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair, I'm covered.
Thank you very much, Honorable Janji.
No, thank you, Chair. I think I might have to wait for follow-ups on the number of issues that have been raised so that I hear the response. But for now, Chair, just to check with the Auditor-General what their attitude was and whether they had any particular interest to probe the matter further in relation to the target setting and the achievement of target. So you have we have known this problem, this issue for a long time of under-promising and over-delivering. Because when you set a target that says we want to achieve 3,000, 4,000, and you ended up achieving 18,000. We've long established that when you present that to us, it doesn't create an excitement and a clapping of hands. It suggests that either there's something wrong in your planning, or there is you knew what you would achieve, but there's just a deliberately issue of under-promising and trying to over-deliver, because those target setting and what has been achieved in a very little way, in many ways, you don't get them affecting the impact in terms of service. And so I'm interested if the AG would have been curious on that, or they just the department is here, will engage with it when we come to that on Thursday. Whether they were curious or they just accepted what was presented to them. Still on that, I mean, you have this, which perhaps is, I don't know whether it's beyond their control. You know, part of the target setting was we're setting 32% of in excess of bed space in terms of overcrowding, and what has been achieved, the actual achievement is 46%. And so you then financially you have got an improvement on material things and so on, because again that speaks to the impact for me. And I'm not sure whether when the AG also sees these things, they just say, we're not interested in that, given your new approach and attitude towards issues of performance. I just want their brief comment on that, Chair. And as I say, it would help to hear what they were thinking, but we would not stop there. We'll engage with the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly from my side, the target of overcrowding 32% that actually came in at 46%. Now the AG gives a number of reasons for missing of targets. And on the one slide, we talk about the slow prosecution of cases, remand detainees with outstanding bail, IT systems not in place to support the department and the integrated justice system, and delay in completion of infrastructure projects. Now, I'd like to ask, and the AG deals with each one of these aspects, like the slow prosecution of cases is beyond the department's purview, but the focus that Mr. Horn placed on the IT systems, surely if that and the completion of infrastructure projects, if that was in place, then I'm sure the AG would agree that that target could be met, or that would help the department in a number of aspects, and I'd like them to comment on that. The second issue relates to that material irregularity. Now, a material irregularity of 1.18 million. I'd just like to hear from the department, what was the actual judgment then? If the interest was 1.18 million. And I appreciate the steps that have been taken to avoid such a situation going forward. Lastly, the AG made a comment, the representative, about the increased risks due to a possible reduction in appropriation in the budget going forward. And we're fully aware that that could be a possibility. Would the AG's representative just unpack that a little bit further as to the increased risk then in the financial aspects? I think it related to the one slide related to the overdraft and whether it's a going concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. AJ.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, members. Let me start with the first questions with regard. I think it's Honourable Horn that indicated these questions. It's with regard to the IT systems. Now, the integrated inmate management system is a few years with us in correctional services. We have reported on it in previous audit committees also. The department is now currently in arbitration process and taking it through a legal process. The department has ended the arbitration process and now need to go forward fully on a legal process. And these processes is actually taking time. So yeah, I don't foresee that there would be a movement within this year that end and maybe the next half of this year going forward. What's important for me for the integrated inmate management system, and I think it links to the efficiencies of departments also, if you have a system that's actually supporting you, you could do a lot of the processes that's very time consuming you will be able to utilize reports out of this system. But yeah, we must make sure the information is there and the image system is totally rolled out. It also links to the infrastructure projects. Not the infrastructure, the IT projects that we have. We have reported on IT projects from a perspective that we have IJS at the Department of Justice. And what we have done, we have traced the approval of funds that must flow to departments, the progress thereon, and also the implementation of the integrated justice system. These systems that we have reported on the department is just at correctional services. So you will see similar sort of findings that will be in terms of our culture shift approach for 2030. You will see similar findings on, say, for instance, Department of Justice. You will see similar findings at Department of Police. So it's an integrated approach to actually take it forward. The feasibility question. The Auditor-General, maybe I must be honest and say we only sort of get involved in a system after the department have engaged, and there's actually a contract and expenditure would flow, especially on the integrated justice system. The feasibility of that specific system and the amounts available must also be seen within the additional support that the department have received in the past with the second supplier provided by IJS to oversee the project and actually help the department to steer forward. Then with regard to infrastructure governance projects, I must be honest, the Gitu is appointed.
He is muted, Chair.
Auditor-General?
Can you hear me again, Honorable Chair?
Yes, we can hear you now. You're muted.
Okay, so I'll continue with regard to the infrastructure governance side. I must acknowledge the Gitu is appointed. I think that's also reported to the Portfolio Committee. The processes are now in place to actually take the contracts forward. Some of these contracts were implemented in a period where correctional services didn't have the necessary skills or the appropriate skills to manage these processes, and then also don't get the support from SITA to implement these specific projects always. Then with regard to splitting of orders, I must be clear on this one. In the previous years, we have reported on splitting of orders. Let's use that specific name and phrase for the department, but it was on food and perishables. What we have now picked up is that the contracts for cleaning material, coal, and toiletries have expired, and the processes to put contracts in place was not in place. So it's not the similar type of items that we have reported on in the previous year. It's a similar type of non-compliance. What I can also report in the answers that we have received from the department, it is now indicated that the department will centralize the contract processes at head office and no longer leave it at the regional area to implement contracts. That will maybe assist and make it easier, and the process will maybe enhance. Then with regard to the rollout contracts will then be rolled out. Regions, we have vacancies in regions. That's for the procurement sections, and it is vacancies consistently over a period. So it's not fault, maybe it's part of the department not being able to fill all positions due to the budget constraints that the department is experiencing. But if you have the contracts in place, it alleviates a lot of pressure in your regions because less procurement work, less contract work needs to be done by the procurement and contract divisions. Honorable Engelbrecht's questions with regard to overcrowding. And as part of our new approach, I think it's important to take note of the Culture Shift 2030 that the Auditor-General have presented at various forums. We have an approach of themes, as we call it. The safety and security theme is applicable to justice, police, correctional services, and social development, as well as the Department of Defense, because it's border security, it's the justice system, and we are now in process of evaluating Department of Correctional Services at the end. So we determine the root causes. It's not always findings against the department, but we understand there's other role players. So we are implementing this process to see how we can enhance the system. For example, police, the docket systems, how are we going to ensure that is in place? The investigations, how is that going to be done quickly? The justice side, if somebody arrives at the court, how can we ensure that the court days are decreased, that judgments are made, so that the effect is not going through to correctional services, because they must accept the remand detainee. That's their responsibility. So that's the overall overarching approach that we implement with regard to our theme, safety and security, to better the whole process, not only correctional services. Then with regard to consequence management, well, if we have 6.7 billion rand to be investigated, the volume of cases is massive. So what the department did, they have now also decentralized some of these investigations. The investigations are put in place, but it's very critical that the department manage these investigations. It must be appropriate and performed on the correct level by individuals that have the knowledge to actually investigate the case and make recommendations. Honorable Chair members, I could mention that there is on the EXCO, I call it the EXCO of Correctional Services, there is a point where the department are monitoring this progress on the investigations. So it's critical that the department must take it forward, because the volume of investigations is massive. And also, I think in the past, there was also a recommendation or questions asked that they must focus on the high-value cases. I support that. That must still take place. Cut-off time, I don't think we from an Auditor-General have specific cut-off times. I think the investigation's quality is more important to determine who is responsible or not on the investigation. Then there was a question with regard to the accrued adjustment, the unconfirmed balances. The biggest amount is with regard to other state departments, entities. I think the interaction between the accounting officers or the accounting authorities of that entities is very important. The unconfirmed balances must be as far as possible. If you have invoices that you received this year, as far as possible, manage those invoices, make sure it's confirmed so that these balances can be paid, because it also has a ripple effect on other departments not receiving the funding. Then with regard to targets, Honorable Judges, I take note of the question that's asked. The Auditor-General, our processes is as follows. We evaluate the plan, but then it's already been approved. Let's say the target of 32% of overcrowding. So we must make sure what is reported to the portfolio is the approved target, is properly disclosed in the annual performance report. Then we audited the 42%, the actual achievement of this target. And it's also our responsibility to make sure that the motivation for over or underachievement is accurate for the programs that we selected. We did, or we can make inputs in future for maybe if we think the targets is not realistic, but I think it's only inputs that we as the Auditor-General can make, and that will go through to the department. It's also critical that the portfolio in your oversight responsibility also just evaluate these targets and see if it's achievable or overachievable for the department. I think the committee have a record of achievements over years now for this specific item. Then Honourable, let me just see, Swart's question with regard to the material irregularity. Yes, the material irregularity is 1.8 million. It was with regard to a court judgment settlement on a certain contract, electronic monitoring systems that happened in 12-14, that the contract was ended, and then a lengthy arbitration process went forward. And the High Court judgment was that the department must pay this specific amount. It was reflected in your last year's expenditure, the normal expenditure, and included in the comparative, in the annual report, is the comparative for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But from a material irregularity process, non-compliance to the regulations, late payment, and then resulting in additional interest and loss, we as the Auditor-General has only identified 1.8 million that were taken forward on the material irregularity. Honourable Chair, I hope I've addressed most of the questions or all the questions. If you could give me guidance on this specific aspect. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. The question that was asked by Honourable Janji on targeting.
Yes, Chairperson, if I could respond to that. The targets is part for us as part of your plan, the approved plan. Normally that plan is approved by the portfolio committee, let's say in brackets, portfolio committee. And then the Auditor-General must make sure the reporting is accurate. So we take the targets, we make sure that the indicator have the correct targets, let's say 32%, and then we audit the actual achievement through normal auditing processes. And then we must make sure that the overachievement or underachievement in this case is then presented correctly and the motivation is correctly to support those with oversight responsibility to evaluate the performance of the department. Then yearly we also have inputs. We didn't do the annual plan this specific year, but in future, if we then review the annual plan before submitting to the audit committee, to the portfolio committee, there could be recommendations in that plan, maybe for targets that's not using the SMART principles and achieving service delivery. But as we report now, it's a very important role what the portfolio committee needs also to play to make sure that the department and the entity is actually performing on what is required. And yeah, that's from my side, Honourable Chair. I can't actually respond more on this question.
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. I think you need to be very brief. I don't think we are good with time.
Yes, I just wanted the AG to briefly comment on that increased risks on a possible reduction in the appropriations. Probably speaks for itself, but maybe the department can also respond to that as well, given the manageable overdraft facility at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. AJ, when the department appears on Thursday, I think it will also be good that you are present, so that if members have got further questions, you are also there to answer some of the questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I will definitely be part of the meeting. Chair, if must I respond to Honorable Swart's question, or do we need to move on to justice?
No, please do. Please respond.
Honorable Swart, with regard to the unconfirmed balances, what's happening is that balances stay on the schedules and the financial statements till it's confirmed. So there could be a certain stage that all these balances could be confirmed. It could be water, electricity, it could be services delivered by public works. It's made up of various items. If all that items are confirmed at one specific stage, the department could have a cash management issue, and the possibility is that the funding could not be available, because we must remember correctional services are actually receiving more inmates. So they must manage their budget. They are already under strain to make sure that the inmates are properly treated. So if you utilize your funding under program 2 to give the inmates food and a safe environment, where are you then going to get the additional funding to pay for these services that was delivered in the previous year, where there were savings and the money have been provided back to Treasury? So it is really a cash flow, a proactive management process to make sure if you receive now invoices, as far as possible, make sure the controls is in place so that it is confirmed with these entities that it don't snowball for the future. I think that's the important side of it. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's now proceed to justice. We must bear in mind that we are still going to receive a briefing from Legal Aid South Africa, a minister, and we are still going to deal with the issue of information regulator. So I don't think we are doing that well with time. Bear that in mind when we ask questions and when we respond to questions. AJ, can you take us through the Department of Justice?
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Tsepiso Mpafudi. I'm the Senior Manager in the Justice Portfolio. I have my colleagues on the line within the Justice Portfolio, Apendule Mantiani, Kasi Kruger, and Kenny Motala. Without wasting time, Chair, I would like to extend my greetings to the Honorable Portfolio Committee members, as well as the heads of different entities that are present in the meeting. I'm not going to start from the beginning of the slide. My leadership has already covered me in terms of the mandate, as well as the principles around the strategy that we are adopting, the Culture Shift 2030. So I will just start with the recommendations that were made in the previous year, Chair, that were made in the 2021-2022. In the previous year, we had recommendations relating to contingent liabilities. This was directly linked to the Department of Justice. This has been an issue from different accounting periods or financial periods where it has seen the department receiving qualified audit opinions in relation to material misstatements that had been reported in line with the contingent liability issue. In the current year, we commend management on the progress that they've been able to make in making sure that this they implement action plans relating to the contingent liability. And in the current year, they were able to make progress, and the issue relating to contingent liability was not made to the as a material finding into the audit report. There were still findings that we raised. However, these findings were not material, which speaks to the action plans that would have been addressed and implemented by management. There was also a recommendation related to human resource management. This speaks to the Human Rights Commission related to filling of key vacancies in senior management and regional levels. In the current year, we note that there has been progress in that they were able to appoint the CEO. However, as part of the audit, we had identified that the CFO and other senior manager positions had not been filled as yet, although the processes in terms of filling those vacancies were in progress. In relation to performance information and compliance, Chair, we still identify issues relating to performance information and compliance. This directly speaks to the Human Rights Commission as well as the Department of Justice, particularly on the performance information. We still continue to have numerous repeat findings relating to performance information on the reliability of the information, as well as the usefulness of some indicators to a certain extent, and we also continue to identify compliance issues relating to human rights commission in that regard. And in that, we are noting that some of the recommendations coming from the 2021-2022 might not have been adequately implemented to make sure that action plans around performance information and compliance are implemented, issues around the addressed. The next slide speaks to the audit outcomes. If I can just go directly onto the audit outcomes slide. Chair, we have seen a regression over the administration term. This is in comparison with the current year and the first year of administration. When we were comparing from the first year, there were 7 audits that had a clean audit outcome, and in the current year, the portfolio is sitting with 5 audits with a clean audit outcomes. This is directly attributed to the compliance issues that had been identified relating to the Public Protector SA. These non-compliance issues related to the supply chain management prescripts relating to evaluation of panel of attorneys using preference point system. This resulted in material misstatements, material non-compliances that then were reported in the audit reports. In relation to SIU, the Special Investigating Unit, we identified material misstatements which were identified on the accounting of the revenue for legal services. This was non-compliance with the prescripts of GRAB. Basically, what transpired in relation to this was that some of the revenues that related to the previous years, as required by the GRAB prescripts, that all the revenues needs to be recognized in the year that they had occurred. So we identified that some of the revenues that actually occurred in the previous years, in 2021 as well as in 2022 financial year, were recorded in the current financial period, which then resulted in material misstatements having been reported in that regard relating to the Special Investigating Unit. This then resulted in a regression of the audit outcome to a qualified audit opinion as compared to the clean audit that was reported in the previous years. We do note, Chair, that relating to the Department of Justice, as already indicated, misstatements were corrected, and misstatements were corrected, particularly in relation to the contingent liabilities. And I think it's important to note that in the current year, management had made progress in terms of addressing the issues around the contingent liability, and we did not identify any material misstatements in that regard. In relation to the Office of Chief Justice, there were implementation of corrective action plans which prevented material non-compliances with supply chain management prescripts. This is the reason why the Office of the Chief Justice is currently sitting with an unqualified with no findings, which is a clean audit report. In the previous years, there were material non-compliances that had been reported relating to the supply chain management prescripts. And based on our evaluation, as part of the audit, we have seen that the corrective action plans had been implemented, which resulted in a clean audit outcome. We do note, as already indicated, that we are still identifying reliability issues in relation to the performance information that had been reported for the Department of Justice, which raises a concern in that regard. We additionally note, Chair, that if you look at the number of the clean audits, these clean audits include the Guardian Funds, President's Fund, as well as Justice Administration Fund. These are funds that are administered within the Department of Justice. These funds are not within the prescripts or the ambit of the PFMA. As part of the audit, when we received the annual financial statements for these funds, we do note that there were material misstatements that had been identified relating to these funds. However, they had been corrected subsequent to us performing procedures and reporting those material misstatements to management. The reason why they are sitting as unqualified with no findings, it's because they don't fall within the ambit of the PFMA. And that is the reason why they would not have a non-compliance paragraph in the audit report. However, we're raising this as a concern because ideally, when we receive the financial statements for audit, the expectation is that the financial statements need to be free from any material misstatements as they are submitted to the auditors. I'd like to move, Chair, to the performance of the portfolio. In relation to the performance planning and reporting, if we can just reflect on the status when we received the annual performance reports, before there were any adjustments on the before we conducted the audit and there were any adjustments on the performance reports, we identified that there were material misstatements relating to the Department of Justice, Human Rights Commission, as well as Special Investigating Unit. After the adjustments had been made, we remained with material misstatements relating to the Department of Justice, as well as Human Rights Commissions. The adjustments that were made relating to the Special Investigating Unit, they had material misstatement relating to the presentation and disclosure on the annual performance report, where reasons for variances could not be corroborated. After engagements with management and having raised those issues, management were able to make corrections on the annual performance report. And I think importantly would like to note that these material misstatements that had been identified on the annual performance report of the Special Investigating Unit did not impact on the service delivery of the unit, however, impacted the presentation of the annual performance report in that regard. Worth noting is also the fact that the funds that are part of the audits that we conduct, they are not required to prepare separate performance report as they fall within the Department of Justice, and that is the reason they are not highlighted in the bigger picture or on the graph. The findings that we had identified when we performed or we assessed the planning for the service delivery, we highlight that in relation to the National Prosecuting Authority, we identified that most indicators, particularly the ones that are measuring conviction rates, had been either achieved or they are very close to being achieved. However, what we had identified when we zoomed into the descriptions of these indicators and the measurements of the indicators is that they do not consider the backlog cases as well as the outstanding cases. This, Chair, obviously speak directly to the delays that are being experienced on the criminal justice system and the processes thereof, the lack of prioritization of the backlog cases as well as the outstanding cases. We have noted that most of these indicators, when they are being calculated, they are being calculated with consideration of the finalized cases and not necessarily the outstanding cases as well as the backlog cases. If I can give an example, an indicator such as conviction rate in High Court had a target of 87% and the actual achievement was 89.2%. So this looks like the NPA is really doing very well in relation to that indicator, but I think the fact that the backlog and outstanding cases are not factored in terms of measuring that particular indicator is a bit of a concern. The performance indicator relating to the reduction of backlog cases, we identified that this indicator is sitting under the operational plan. Chair, the issue with an indicator such as this, which is very important and speaks directly to the impacts directly on the lived experiences and speaks directly to the mandate of the department, is that the operational plan is an internal document, which is then the oversight role that is applied in relation to this plan is limited within the Department of Justice, and obviously does not go out to receive the necessary support as well as oversight at the executive authority level as well as the portfolio committee level. So we raise this as an issue, and as part of our recommendations, we're recommending if the indicators relating to the reduction of backlog cases could be alleviated into the annual performance plan as well as the strategic plans, so that they can be part of the indicators that are being prioritized, and there could be the necessary support and oversight that is being applied in relation to the performance on these indicators. Relating to Legal Aid South Africa, we also noted that there are no indicators that have been set relating to the reduction of backlog cases, which is a bit of a concern, as the Legal Aid South Africa is obviously one of the entities that play a role in terms of the criminal justice system. Relating to the reporting of findings, we had identified findings relating to the reliability of performance information at the Department of Justice, where some of the achievements that had been reported in the annual performance report materially differed from the supporting evidence. We also identified some of the indicators that were not well defined relating to the Human Rights Commission. There were also some indicators that were reported in the annual performance report for the Human Rights Commission, where the performance achievement was not supported by reliable evidence. And relating to SIU, I think I've already covered this one, Chair. The misstatement or the issues related to variances that could not be corroborated. However, this did not necessarily impact on the service delivery as it related to the presentation of the annual performance report. On the impact, would like to note that the backlog cases that are not being prioritized impact on the efficiency and the effectiveness of the administration of the justice system, conviction processes, as well as fulfillment of the DOJ mandate. Relating to the Commission, the Human Rights Commission, indicators that are not well defined impact on the Commission's ability to fulfill their mandate that supports the rights of South African citizens. Indicators not supported by reliable evidence bring into question the credibility of the reported achievements. If I may move to the next slide, Jim. The next slide, we reflect on the performance against targets, where we look into overall the achievement of annual targets as reported in the annual performance report. So in relation to this, I think I would like to highlight on the Human Rights Commission, which has 51% non-achievement of targets. We've noted that the 51% of the non-achieved targets, many of them related to the administration program or administration indicators. However, I would like to highlight on the key targets that had not been achieved, particularly the target that speaks to the holding of 2 national inquiries. The inability to hold the national inquiries directly impact on the Commission's service delivery in relation to investigation of human rights violation against persons adversely affected. In relation to the Legal Aid South Africa, we would like to zoom into the key indicators speaking to the access to legal aid in the land matters, as well as staffing plans implemented timelessly. The challenges in relation to the recruitment of staff and access to legal aid services negatively impact on the detainees' ability to access legal aid representation, which contributes to the delayed justice and increase in backlog cases. On the Office of the Chief Justice, we zoom into the key indicators relating to the court online system implemented, as well as fraud cases investigated within the prescribed timeframes. And we highlight that delays on this on the implementation of the court online system and investigations contribute towards the delayed justice system. These are some of the indicators that are key to the mandate of these institutions or entities and had not been achieved in the current year. In relation to this, we would like to zoom in on the conviction rate in the complex commercial crimes, money laundering cases finalized, value of freezing orders obtained from the corruption or related offenses. Investigation cases that are taking long to finalize, delays or result in delays in the conviction processes, and also contribute on the backlog cases. And if these cases are not prioritized, they result in the delayed justice system. And some of these indicators, the key indicators that we are highlighting here, Chair, they speak directly or they contribute directly to some of the strategic deficiencies that had been identified by the Financial Action Task Force, speaking directly to the grey listing issues that South Africa is currently facing. We do note that, Chair, some of these indicators, if they are not achieved, then they do not get to contribute positively towards the achievement of those strategic deficiencies that had been highlighted by the Financial Action Task Force. In the next slide, here we're zooming into the key indicators in the medium-term strategic framework. So on the indicators that had been that the Department of Justice is responsible for, that had been set in the MTSF, we highlight that we only identified one indicator. We're highlighting that the indicators seem to be on track in terms of achieving the targets that were set for MTSF. However, there's only just one indicator relating to value of recoveries, relating to corruption or related offenses, where this indicator, when we're looking at the cumulative achievement on this indicator, which is sitting at 3.71 billion against the MTSF target of 5.4 billion, and taking into consideration the planned achievement for next year of 1.4 billion, we highlight that, Chair, there is a possibility that the MTSF target might not be met when we get to the 2023-2024 reporting. This is so because so far we are sitting at 69% of the target having been achieved, and what has been planned for next year, which is 1.4 billion, is only contributing 26% of that target, meaning that we'll be having, or the department will have a shortfall in terms of achieving on that particular target. I think also it's worth highlighting that the target in the current year has been achieved. So there has not been issues that had been highlighted in relation to the current year target and the indicator thereof, but we're just highlighting overall in terms of the achievement of the MTSF target that indicator might not be achieved. Relating to the key messages on service delivery, we're highlighting on the National Prosecuting Authority. This is particularly in relation to the backlog cases. So what we're highlighting here is we're just showing the budget versus the expenditure. In terms of the budget, the expenditure thereof, the expenditure is coming very close to what has been budgeted. But if we reflect on the NPA targets, we're also seeing that most of the targets are being achieved. And if I may highlight a few, ones that are not necessarily being achieved, they come very close to being achieved. For example, conviction rate in complex commercial crimes sitting at a target of 90%. The achievement is currently sitting at 87%. So it's not really far off from the target being achieved. However, what we are raising, Chair, is that with the budget that is being allocated and expenditure that has been incurred, and overall National Prosecuting Authority not doing so well in terms of the achievement of the target. What we're highlighting is this is not necessarily speaking to the noises on the ground or the experience that the lived experience of the citizen as we continue to experience delays in terms of the criminal justice system. And we are highlighting that the issue in relation to the backlog cases, which I've already touched on, it's an issue that we would like to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee, that it really needs to be addressed to ensure that indicators that are sitting on the annual performance plan, the strategic plans, address these backlog cases or the issues relating to the backlog cases so that they can be facilitated and they can move in terms of being addressed and closed in that regard to alleviate the delays that are being experienced in the criminal justice system. Some of the recommendations that we're highlighting here is to include the backlog cases as part of the indicators. This is on the annual performance plans. And also the complex commercial crimes cases needs to be expedited nationally and provincially and progress monitored closely. In relation to the work that we did on the IJS, I think my colleagues from the Correctional Service have covered me on this point. However, I'd like to just highlight a few points. Overall, we have identified that there is really a slow progress on the IJS system, on the IJS program. Even though there is significant spending on the IJS, but the progress in relation to the projects that are planned to be completed hasn't been that great. We are sitting with 62 projects that had been planned. However, only 16 had been completed so far. The ripple effect of this is that the member departments are unlikely to digitally connect and exchange meaningful criminal justice system information to fulfill integrated business processes by the 31st of March 2024 to meet the MTS target of 2019-2024. It also results in delayed realization of the integrated and modernized criminal justice system. Some of the root causes that had been identified is the project milestones that are not always being met, poor planning resulting in limited progress, delayed SEM progresses, which some of the contributions relates to resource capacity constraints, dependency on CETA governed by inadequate business agreements and SLAs, lack of prioritization, strategic importance and oversight of IJS related projects, late finalization and communication by the National Treasury on the annual IJS funding. Overall recommendations, we're recommending to the portfolio committee that the committee needs to hold the departments and entities that are playing a role in the IJS program accountable for the slow implementation on the progress of the IJS program. We also are recommending that the IJS Governance Committee, which I believe is made of the ministers, should monitor the spending against the progress of the implementation to ensure that the project is on track and to ensure that there is completion on this program. We zoom into the maintenance of magistrate courts. We have performed conditional assessment and we performed this assessment on 3 of the magistrate courts, which is in Ntabangulu, Pietermaritzburg, as well as Moreleta. Some of the observations that we had from the conditional assessment is that there are no backup generators during the load shedding, which has significant impact on the court proceedings, which ultimately result in postponement of the court proceedings. We're also highlighting that we identified flooding in the basement of the Pietermaritzburg Magistrate Court. The flooding creates water damages to the facility basement, and also some of the court files had been identified to be kept to where the water is able to reach, the flooding water is able to reach, which potentially causes damages to some of the crucial information that has been filed in the manual files. This also causes electrical hazards to obviously the individuals that work within the court. The general maintenance are not adequately done in the court facilities, which results in lifts not working. We identified that some of the lifts are not working, lighting issues in the buildings. There are no aircons in some of the courtrooms, and so on and so forth. So, and some of the issues that had been identified was that the infrastructure of the magistrate court does not meet the space norms and the standards. For example, there are small holding cells as compared to the current space norms and standards, and security perimeters, fences are very low, which obviously then would result in security threats in that regard. Some of the recommendations, or if I can just reflect on the impact, the actual expenditure does not correlate with the lived experiences, as there are still courts that are not adequately maintained. The underspending shows that the department has budget that could impact the lived experiences of citizens positively. However, is currently being underspent. Currently, we are sitting at 98 million that had not been spent, and we are still sitting with courts that are dilapidated and are not in the right condition to be used. The above impacts on the criminal justice system processes as they result in postponement of court proceedings and directly result in increase in backlog cases. The recommendations in that regard, we recommended to the executive authority that they must exercise oversight role by following up on delays on the outstanding maintenance in the magistrate court. The procurement of backup generators to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure must be expedited. Also, the space norms and standards for the department facilities, which is dated January 2016, should be amended to provide guidance for buildings erected before the 2016. The portfolio committee will also follow up on the progress on the maintenance action plans that had been agreed upon between the Department of Justice and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and hold the departments accountable on the progress on the maintenance of magistrate courts. Next, if we zoom in on the material irregularities that had been raised within the portfolio, Chair, we raised 2 material irregularities. This material irregularity related to guardian funds, which is one of the funds that are managed within the Department of Justice. The material irregularity, the first one related to duplicate payments that were made in the 2021-2022 financial period, which resulted in 7.22 million being paid as a duplicate payment to different beneficiaries. And 17.8 million, which related to unauthorized payments that were made earlier in the year on the 6th of April in the current year. So this material irregularities had been raised, Chair, because there has been a great concern in terms of irregularities that keep happening in the Pietermaritzburg Master's Office. All of these material irregularities that are being highlighted here related to issues that occurred in the Pietermaritzburg Master's Office. We engaged with management in relation to these irregularities, and we do command management in that when we engage with management on these issues, they had already started with their investigation process relating to these issues. And we have identified that the financial loss that is in progress of recovery amounts to 21.3 million. This is the 17.8 million that has not yet been recovered, and a portion of the about 3.5 of the 7.2 million that had been recovered. So about 3.7 million of the financial loss has been recovered. This relates to the duplicate payments, and about 3.5 had not yet been recovered, which forms part of the 21.3 million that is still in the process of being recovered. I would like to highlight also that as part of the action plans that have been taken by management, there has been a preservation order that had been obtained by the Department of Justice for an amount of 8 million relating to the unauthorized transactions that occurred earlier in the year, which will see the department pursuing the recovery of that 8 million from the different individuals that were involved in those unauthorized payments that had been made. Would like to highlight also that some of the consequence management that has been implemented by management, officials that are responsible had been identified based on the investigation that had been conducted by the department. Disciplinary processes are still in progress. Investigation has been instituted. Internal controls and processes in progress to be improved and prevent reoccurrence. That is as per the assessment that has been made. But worth mentioning, Chair, is the fact that, and mainly the reason why we had issued this material irregularities is the continuous issues that are being identified which result in losses, and the department deploying resources in order to address consequence management in that regard. It will seem that the real root cause of these issues are not necessarily being addressed to ensure that there are adequate internal control systems that will ascertain detection and prevention of the unauthorized transactions. And that is really the reason why this material irregularities has been issued. We do note the actions that have been taken by management, but they rather seem to be very reactive instead of proactive in terms of making sure that there are internal controls that detect and prevent the occurrence of this unauthorized transactions. What we had recommended when we had the engagement with the executive authority is to ensure that there is closer monitoring on the MIs that had been identified and are adequately addressed and action plans are implemented. We recommend to the portfolio committee that they hold the department accountable on any repeat transgression in relation to any irregularities that would see the funds of the guardian funds being lost or any unauthorized transactions being processed within the guardian fund. This is really because the funds that are managed by the guardian funds are really monies that belongs to the beneficiaries that are mainly minors and are not able to manage the monies by themselves. Based on the regulations and the clauses within the Estate Administration Act, these minors are not able to get this money or take this money and decide where to manage or invest this money. So they don't have a choice but to have their monies remaining in the guardian fund and being managed by the guardian fund. So it's really important if these issues in relation to internal control systems are really expedited and they make sure that these irregularities do not reoccur as they result in losses and they have a ripple effect on the lived experiences of citizens. If I may give examples earlier in relation to the unauthorized payments, when the department was following up on this issue and making sure that they address this issue and there's no subsequent losses or additional losses that are being incurred. This resulted in payments being stopped for about a period of a month or so, which are payments that needed to be made to beneficiaries that depend on these monies that are being managed by the guardian fund. So it would really assist if internal control systems are really looked into and this issue is expedited so that the lived experiences of the citizens are not affected. Next on the slides, we look at the financial management and compliance. In relation to the quality of financial reporting, as already indicated, in relation to guardian fund as well as this administration fund and the special investigating unit, the quality of the financial statements that had been submitted, we have identified material misstatements in relation to those financial statements. and subsequent to the audit, there were adjustments that were effected for the Guardian Fund and the Justice Administration Fund. However, as already indicated, the revenue issue that had been picked up at the Special Investigating Unit could not be resolved on time, rather, and resulted in a qualification a qualified audit opinion in that regard. So the post adjustment could not be performed for the Special Investigating Unit, and which resulted in a qualified audit opinion in that regard. On the financial health, relating to the revenue, we identified that debt collection period exceeding 90 days, we identified on 4 auditees that the debt collection period exceeded 90 days. This related to Department of Justice, which is responsible for state legal services for government, and which resulted in a collection period of about 365 days. And in relation to the Legal Aid South Africa, the recorded debt collection period was about 201 days. Human Rights Commission, the debt collection period was 524, and the Special Investigating Unit had a debt collection of 271 days. The average debt collection overall in the portfolio was 176 days. And more than 10% of the debt was irrecoverable, related to SIU, Public Protector South Africa, as well as Legal Aid South Africa. In relation to creditors' payments, we identified that about 5 auditees had creditors' payments that are over 30 days. This was contributed by the Special Investigating Unit, Public Protector South Africa, Legal Aid South Africa, Human Rights Commission, and Guardian Fund. In relation to Guardian Fund, based on its mandate and its nature, it does not necessarily have the actual creditors that you would find in different entities. The creditors' payment is made to comply with the Administration and Estate Act, which requires that the unclaimed funds for the funds that haven't been claimed for 30 years be surrendered to National Revenue Fund. This process is done once a year, hence the creditors' payment days are more or less 365 days, meaning that so the GF or Guardian Fund normal creditors are paid by the DOJ. So even though it's reflecting 365, it's not necessarily an issue in terms of the compliance with payments within 30 days, because this is governed by the Administration and Estate Act. The average creditors' payment in the portfolio was 85 days. And we highlight that although the creditors' payment period exceeds 30 days, none of the above entities reported fruitless and wasteful expenditure related to interest paid due to late payments. On the impact, 13% auditees, this is made of just the Department of Justice, ended with a deficit, meaning that there was expenditure that is more than the revenue. The year end was in overdraft for the Department of Justice. The contribution to this is it's contributed by some of the recoveries that needs to be made from the client departments in relation to the service, the legal services that are provided by the state attorneys. And the inability to recover such funds results in the Department of Justice having to use its bank overdraft in order to make sure that they fulfill on their mandate, particularly in relation to the state attorneys and providing legal services to different state institutions. DOJ's cash shortfall is primarily driven by the overdraft, as already indicated. We do note that although no going concern issues were identified, should the current status remain on financial indicators reflected, the service delivery may be impacted in the future because there seems to be then an over-reliance on the overdraft facility. In relation to compliance with key legislation, we highlight here that When we zoomed in relation to the Office of the Chief Justice as well as Legal Aid South Africa, there were no material findings that had been identified relating to compliance with key legislations. However, we did identify material findings relating to the Department of Justice, Human Rights Commission, Public Protector SA, as well as SIU. In relation to the Department of Justice, this speaks to the revenue management, which directly speaks to the collection of revenue and the recoveries of revenue from the state institutions, speaking directly to the service that is being provided by the state attorneys in the form of legal services to the client institutions. We're highlighting issues relating to the revenue management in that regard. In the space of human rights commissions, we identified a number of material findings relating to procurement and contract management, prevention of irregular expenditures, as well as effect and consequence management. Relating to Public Protector South Africa, there were procurement and contract management issues. These transgressions related to we note that there were no internal controls or they were rather not adequately designed to ensure that supply chain management did not result in non-compliance with the supply chain prescripts. Relating to the Special Investigating Unit, this non-compliance relates directly to the revenue management, to the revenue issue that was raised on the financial statements. So this is a non-compliance with PFMA, which requires that financial statements, when they are submitted for audit, or rather when they are finalized, they need to be free from material misstatements, and they need to be compiled using the requirements of the standard of grant. On the procurement and payments, here we're just highlighting that relating to the Office of Chief Justice, there were no findings that had been identified in the space of procurement and payments. We did identify findings relating to the Department of Justice, SIU, and Legal Aid South Africa. However, these findings that had been identified were not material findings. Material findings were, however, identified relating to the Human Rights Commission, apologies for that, as well as the Public Protector South Africa. If we were to reflect on the movement from the previous year as well as from the first year of administration, OCJs has improved as in the previous year. As if from the first year of administration was a finding relating to employees that were doing business with other state attorneys, with other state institutions. However, there was improvement overall. And in comparison to the previous year, where there was non-compliances relating to the supply chain prescripts, there is an improvement, as in the current year there were no findings that had been identified in that space. In relation to the Department of Justice and Legal Aid South Africa, we still continue to identify issues relating to uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. This speaks directly to the legal services, procurement of legal services using the quotation process in the space of the Department of Justice. And other issues that we identified in the current term relating to employees doing business with other state institutions, as well as awards to other state officials. Relating to the Public Protector South Africa, this issue relates to the procurement of panel of attorneys where it did not comply with the SAM prescripts when conducting that procurement. Relating to Legal Aid South Africa, these non-compliances relate to local content and non-compliances with local content and production. I would like to not spend too much time on the slide, as my colleague had already highlighted on the impact of the introduction of National Treasury Instruction Note 4, which resulted in changes in terms of the compliance and the reporting in the framework in that regard. Maybe worth highlighting is the fact that because the movement or the disclosure rather of the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, has been moved from the annual financial statements to the annual reporting, and result in the annual financial statements only including the current year expenditures and a comparative analysis, a one-year comparative analysis in that regard. This means that the entire note in relation to the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is sitting in the annual report. And also that means that there is no audit assurance that is necessarily being provided, as the historical balances would not form part of the audit of the annual financial statements. However, we had refined our audit approach to uphold transparency by continuing to audit the disclosure note in the annual report. This was audited as part of the other information, also to assess consistency in terms of the historical balances, what we had previously audited and what is currently sitting and disclosed by management. We also, as part of that process, evaluated any condonements that would, or any movement that would have resulted in changes in terms of those historical balances as part of the audit. And the objective was to ensure that we could still be in a position to report to the users of the financial statements in cases where these historical balances of the irregular expenditure and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure are not complete and accurate. This had no impact on the audit opinion, as the audit opinion will obviously be based on what we have audited as part of the financial statements. If I may then just reflect, Chair, as already indicated, on the annual irregular expenditure, this would be what had been included in the financial statements and what had then been audited as part of the annual financial statements. We commend the portfolio, Chair, on the reduction of the irregular expenditure, which was previously sitting at 966 million and currently is sitting at 205 million. Obviously, there is still irregular expenditure that is being noted to be incurred in the current year, meaning that there is still attention that needs to be focused, that needs to be made in relation to ensuring that the prescripts are being complied with, to ensure that in the procurement processes there is no irregular expenditure that is being incurred. The top contributors to this balance of 205 million relates to the office of the Chief Justice. This related to the procurement that was not done through the CETA Act and regulations. This is irregular expenditure was identified in the previous years, and it's continued to be incurred as I think based on engagements, because of business continuity, they could not cancel on this contract. So it's resulting in continued irregular expenditure being incurred in that regard. Relating to the justice, to the Department of Justice, 68.3 million had been incurred, which contributes 33% of the balance of irregular expenditure in the portfolio. We note that this non-compliance was identified in the previous years, however, was...
Okay. Can you move towards concluding? Because also we have gone through the documents. Don't go line by line.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tim. Some of these highlights and conclude on the consequence management. We are just highlighting there that there has been a reduction as well in terms of the balance that was sitting as irregular expenditure in the previous year in comparison to what is sitting as the irregular expenditure balance in the current year, which is sitting at 1.1 billion. The reduction was mainly contributed by the 1.7 billion that was removed relating to the Department of Justice, in line with the prescript of the compliance framework, which was issued as part of the the National Treasury Instruction Note 4 of 2022-2024. There was also condonements, as well as there was also condonements of 404 million. And this related to the Department of Justice, and a portion, the condonement related to the Department of Justice, which were approved. There is 30% of the irregular expenditure from last year that had not been dealt with. And we do note that some of this irregular expenditure relating to SIU, Public Protector, Office of the Chief Justice and Legal Aid is being investigated. It had been investigated and is awaiting condonement. In relation to some of the irregular expenditure incurred at the Special Investigating Unit, some of this have been investigated. However, recoveries are in progress. And the one relating, which constitute the majority of this irregular expenditure that had not been dealt with, which is from the Department of Justice, the investigation is in progress in that regard. And the one that had not been dealt with, meaning that there has not been consequence management in that regard, related to the Human Rights Commission, which constitute 19.5 million in that regard. This is the last slide. If I may just conclude. On this slide, we highlight, Chair, that we had met with the Minister, where we had presented most of these issues that we are highlighting in this presentation. And some of the commitment that we received from the Minister was to ensure that there are regular IJS governance committee meetings to monitor the performance on the IJS program. The Minister also committed to follow up on the progress of maintenance conducted at the magistrate courts, since there was an agreement between the Department of Justice as well as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that no approval is required for maintenances that are below 1 million. The Minister also committed to looking into the issue relating to the backlog cases as well as the material irregularity. Overall, what we would like to particularly recommend to the Portfolio Committee is to play the oversight role in the issues relating to the review and approval of the annual performance plan, to ensure that some of these issues that we had highlighted relating to the backlog cases, which impacts on the key service delivery, are included in the annual performance plan. And also to exert influence on the IJS committee and hold the department accountable for the slow progress on the program, and course correct to accelerate the implementation of this program. Lastly, we note that there should be follow-up, or we rather recommend to the Portfolio Committee that there should be follow-up on the progress regarding maintenance and the backup system in the magistrate court. Thank you. My presentation is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions to the Office of the AG? Honorable Swart, Honorable Horn. Honorable Swart, can you start?
Yes, Chair, just very briefly, I know we're pressed for time. On the briefing document on page 12, which relates to the targets not being met, there are some very severe findings by the AG, and I just wanted to mention one or two of them. Firstly, that the achievement reported in the annual performance report materially differed from the supporting evidence, and that's the reliability of the Department of Justice. Secondly, the Human Rights Commission, the indicators are not well defined, resulting in limitations on the reliability of the reported performance achievement. And again, for the SA Human Rights Commission, reported performance achievement not supported by reliable evidence. SIU, reasons for variance could not be corroborated. And the impact of that, obviously from the AG's perspective and also from our perspective, will be to what degree can one rely on the evidence or the supporting documentation that is presented to us. I put that question to the AG, as we will be considering the annual performance of the department and the various entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart, Honorable Horn.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll also park most of my comments, which can also be made to the department, and because of time management. I just want to touch base with the Auditor-General on two issues, however. The first is in respect of the Guardians Fund, and for that matter, the comment that funds are not required to file separate performance reports, and therefore, well, there's specific, I want to say, beneficial audit outcomes in respect of specifically the Guardians Fund. And I want to make a comment, Chair, that I find that the observations and recommendations really speaks to performance in respect of the Guardians Fund. When the Auditor-General says there's no proper internal control systems to detect and prevent a repeat of duplicate and possibly even fraudulent payouts, it's strictly speaking not only a financial issue. So I don't know to what extent, even though there might not be a legal obligation for funds like the Guardians Fund to file separate performance reports, in the specific circumstances, whether it should not be considered that must be in any event be required, specifically also in light of the fact that the Auditor-General says that according to their information, there was a 1 month, I want to say, stoppage of payments. Our information is that it is an ongoing issue for now for honest dependents to access funds because of the issues. That's the first question to the Auditor-General. The second is a comment around the Master of the High Court. Now, I accept that, of course, the Auditor-General in auditing deals with select samples. It is never in a position that it can deal during its audit with all performance requirements and information, but I nonetheless find it very worrying, Chair, given the fact that I think both in terms of the activities of this committee, which to an extent hopefully informs also the focus of the Auditor-General, but also publicly available information where the public, and that has been a focus of the Auditor-General, commendably so, in terms of service delivery, but where the general public, specifically in Cape Town, Durban, and North Gauteng, suffers at the hands of massive issues plaguing the Master's Court. And it is a bit of a worry that we see in this audit report none of that. We, from our side, for example, have in the past questioned the performance reports of the department, where it claims to issue letters of appointment, all of them within a specific target date of, I think, 14 days. Of late, there seems to be massive issues around trusts and the fact that seemingly not even the Master's officials now can access trust files any longer because of some or other project, which quite clearly the project plan was ill-devised to start with. So I don't know whether the Auditor-General can shed some light as to whether at all there was a focus on the Master, and whether in future it would maybe also peruse the reports that is issued by this committee in order to get some guidance for focus areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. I'm largely covered. I share the same concerns with regards to the Guardians Fund and the Master's offices, and in the interest of time, I won't elaborate on that. I'm sufficiently covered by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AJ.
Thank you, Chair. So I think in terms of our mandate, we are mandated to provide assurance in terms of the reports that have been presented. And I think the honorable member is right to rather question then the reliability of the annual performance report that has been presented, as we had identified a number of issues, particularly relating to the justice. I would let my colleague, Kasi, maybe reflect after my response on the Human Rights Commission. But on relation to the Department of Justice, we had identified issues on a number of indicators that had been highlighted in the audit report relating to the reliability of that information that had been audited. However, it's not all the indicators or all the programs that had been affected by the material misstatements that we had reported. It's rather some of the indicators that had been included in the program. For example, percentage of litigation cases settled, which is in program 3, as well as on program the program relating to National Prosecuting Authority. We identified issues relating to conviction rate in the district court, and other indicators. I think it was about 4 indicators. So overall, I cannot necessarily say that the committee members cannot rely on the annual performance report, but obviously those particular indicators that we had highlighted on in our audit report, it's where we are saying that we raise concerns in terms of the reliability of the information that had been reported. However, I would also like to note that there were other issues that we had identified in relation to other indicators. However, management was able to provide necessary information and make the necessary adjustments so that the actual achievements that have been reported is reliable in relation to these indicators. It's just the ones that have been highlighted in the audit report that we are not able to, we are highlighting that we identified material issues relating to the reliability. Yeah. In relation to, okay, maybe if Chair, you can allow me to respond, or maybe Kasi, if you are able to, you can just reflect on the Human Rights Commission in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you, Piso, and good morning, Honourable Chair and members. Yes, the question from Honourable Member Swart, I think, is very relevant when it comes to the Human Rights Commission. I think, to be frank, Chair and members, the Human Rights Commission has a big challenge with their performance information. As you might recall from previous years, we only scoped one program due to the COVID restrictions, but subsequently now in the current year, we've moved to incorporate all indicators that specifically speak to the constitutional institutions mandate. So it was a bit worrying, I think, and we've now sufficiently covered it in the report and in the audit report specifically as well. But as my colleague has stated, we do not express an opinion on performance information. However, we do raise the findings. So to be frank, the reasonable assurance requirement that you would want to get from performance information is unfortunately not something that we can give on Human Rights Commission. As out of the 3 programs, the promotion of human rights, the practice of human rights, and the monitoring of human rights, 2 of the programs had adverse, which means that based on some of the targets that were tested within and the indicators within the programs, it was adverse, meaning that a lot of them are affected. It's not just one, which would relate to your qualification. So it is pervasive, that's the right word, within the program. So 2 of them, and then the third one was a qualification. So I think just to also give some assurance to you, Chair and honourable members, the new CFO, I think the biggest problem with the Human Rights Commission has been the vacancy and the high turnaround of staff. However, that CEO position has now been filled. And I know that there is an aggressive approach towards filling the CFO position and some vacancies within supply chain. That's also where these non-compliance within supply chain management emulates from. But the new CEO seems to be very aggressive in his approach. He has engaged us on numerous times to sit with them in their strat sessions. So we hopefully believe that there might be an improvement. But in summary, I know I pressed for time. We unfortunately will not be able to say that there can be reliance placed on the Human Rights Commission's performance information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me take the second question, Chair. In relation to the performance of Guardian Fund, I think particularly because Guardian Fund is administered within the Department of Justice, it's not necessarily within the ambit of the PFMA, and that is why there isn't any compliance issues that we are able to raise, because it's not covered within the ambit of PFMA. In terms of performance, it is covered within some of the programs, within the DOJ, in some of the programs. However, I think there is an opportunity for the Department of Justice perhaps to look into some of the indicators that can be incorporated to make sure that some of these issues impacting the lived experiences are addressed. The Department of Justice currently does have indicators which measure the beneficiaries in receipt of services, which they have a timeline for 40 days from receipt of all required information. So this speaks to directly payments that are made to the beneficiaries. But I think speaking to the issue relating to the internal control deficiencies that had been identified in the current year and in the previous years, there isn't a particular indicator that is speaking to that. And because of our mandate, we are not necessarily in the space of for a lack of a better word, suggesting indicators that can be included as we are then coming back to audit those indicators. But I think as management is in the meeting, Chair, perhaps that's an area they need to look into in ensuring that there are indicators that speaks directly to the performance of the Guardian Fund over and above the payments that have been made to the beneficiaries in that regard. In relation to the masters of the High Court, we do note that we audited Program 3 and there were reliability issues that we had identified. However, these are some of the indicators that had been subsequently corrected. In relation to the indicator speaking to letter of appointments, we did audit this indicator. However, there were no material issues that we had identified when this indicator was audited. I will stop here. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much to the AG. I think we will extend the same invitation that when the department presents tomorrow, Department of Justice, you are also requested to be present so that if there are any questions that we might want to ask you, we are able to do so. But thank you very much for the work done. We really appreciate it. It does assist us to discharge our responsibilities, being much more enlightened. We really thank you. Thank you very much.
That's Chair.
Thank you very much. Committee Secretary, is Legal Aid, has Legal Aid joined?
Chair, we do have colleagues from Legal Aid here. I think Ms. Mondomiso is from Legal Aid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we would need to start with them. Are they ready to present after a 15 minutes break?
Chair, just the minister was going to be available. I see he hasn't, I can't see he's joined, but the engagement has finished.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. Is legal aid ready? Mr. Zanzela?
Sondumiso is in the meeting, Chair.
Good day, Chair. Good day, Chair. I wanted to indicate that the minister, I was speaking with him, he was joining now.
Okay.
Yes.
So so I was asking about the legal aid. So the legal aid is not yet ready.
I see some colleagues from the legal aid also on the platform.
But why are they not speaking?
Chair,
Uh-huh.
I've seen that the minister has joined, Chair.
Okay.
We have accepted him in the meeting. I think he's in the meeting.
Minister, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I'm here. Thank you, and good afternoon to all the members.
Thank you very much. We will just have a 10 minutes comfort break, and then we will allow the minister to lead us. After that 10 minutes comfort break, we will come back at 12:15.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Minister and Deputy Minister, Deputy Ministers, to this presentation. Minister, we'll hand over to you, but before we do that, we have received a letter which was forwarded to yourselves from Professor Snail, and I did ask that when you come and present, you also respond to that particular letter. I hope the PLO has given you the letter with regard to the monies that Professor Snail alleges that the department owes him and other part-time commissioners of the Information Regulator. The letter was sent to yourselves. And then you also wrote to us about the findings of the Information Regulator, which the department is taking them, I think, on review to court. The portfolio committee felt that we would need to discuss the reasons. We would not just drop the matter without having discussed the reasons with you before we can come to a determination whether we should proceed with that item or not. Those are the issues that I thought that as you present, you might want to touch on them, but there would be a discussion specifically on the issue of the information regulator. Thank you very much, Minister. The floor is yours. Minister, you are muted. There seems to be a problem. You are muted. Yes. Let's try now. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chairperson, I can hear you now.
Okay, sure. Did you hear the issues that I raised, that we have received a letter from Professor Snail? Did you hear that? Committee Secretary, can you try and assist the Minister?
Chairperson, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Chair, I have heard the issues you have raised.
Okay. Now we are handing over to you, Minister.
The volume is very, I can't hear you clearly. Just trying to add the volume, Chair, from your side. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and all the members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Mr. John Jeffrey, the Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, Nkosi particularly Olomisa, all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Inspecting Judge of Correctional Services, Justice Edwin Cameron, the National Commissioner of Correctional Services, Mr. Samuel Tobahale, the DG of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Advocate Dr. Mashabane, the head of the SIU, TV, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Shamila Batoi, the CEO of the Legal Aid South Africa, Ms. Matiti Kola, the SG of the Office of the Chief Justice, Ms. Meme Sijasongwe, and all honorable members, including the chairperson of this Portfolio Committee. Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Honorable Chairperson, we welcome the finding of the Western Cape High Court on the late Imam Abdul Harum inquest finding that he was tortured to death and did not fall down the steps as the apartheid police had claimed. The law will now take its normal course and the NPA will attend to the matter. The NPA will continue to prosecute on the TRC matters that are before them, when they are still having a number of matters that they are dealing with. This case demonstrates our commitment to deal with all the TRC matters, and the resources that we have put also demonstrate that commitment. The other cases that continue to be taken through our court processes, like the Senze Meiwa case and others that the members of the public continue to see in our courts on a day-to-day basis, even some of them being broadcast live on our national TV, shows that the wheel of justice continues to turn in our country, and that the justice system is working despite having some of the challenges that this portfolio committee is well aware of. During this term, we've made significant strides to ensure agencies which enforce the rule of law are reinforced and strengthened after a near collapse. South Africa's resilience is shining through in these challenging times, offering a glimmer of hope. We face a crossroads where the rule of law could either falter or prevail. Thankfully, it remains a fundamental pillar for society, cherished by many, and society stands ready to protect and defend the rule of law. Over the past 4 financial years, tremendous progress has been made despite challenges faced by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. The strategic intervention, Honorable Chair, it looks like there's an honorable member who's unmuted. The strategic interventions that have been initiated in the past few years have begun to produce results. This is evidenced by the improved performance of the department. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development achieved overall performance of 86% in the 2022-23 financial year. 85% was the highest performance previously achieved by the department in 2014-15 financial year. This should lead to improved access to justice. And for this, we also want to thank honorable members who have also contributed immensely in this achievement of the department through your oversight and through the issues you have raised over time. You will remember, Honorable Chair, you even threatened to put the department under administration because of the 50% target achievement. But the 86% is a significant leapfrog by the department, which shows that the issues raised by honorable members are taken into heart and the department see it as constructive criticism, which must be acted upon. And for that, we want to thank the members of the portfolio committee. The department managed to overcome the unqualified audit opinions too. It has been receiving since 2017 and achieved an unqualified audit opinion, which was a mammoth achievement by the department. I'm honored and proud to present an unqualified audit opinion report for the 2022-23 financial year. And this annual report means it's unqualified, its work has been measured, and it can be touched by the members of the portfolio committee. This is an outcome of teamwork by the department's officials with oversight from the executive. And from that, we want also to thank the Deputy Minister for his sterling work in helping the executive and myself to execute my duty. And we also want to thank the DG and the CFO, as honorable members will remember some of the challenges with the vacancies with regards to the position of the CFO, for having led the officials of the department to this great achievement. The modernization project of the Department of Justice serves as a key strategic enabler to realize the smart justice system in pursuit of improved services delivery. The department continues to develop online solutions and phases. It is worth mentioning that significant progress has been made on the deceased online solutions. The deceased online system was piloted with the assistance of members of both the Fiduciary Institute of Southern Africa, FISA, the Banking Association of South Africa, and selected members of the public. And in this regard, we want to thank First National Bank that has been our partner in this project, and we have now gone online. This morning, we had the opportunity to launch the system. From today, members of the public can be able to access the online solution through the website of the Department of Justice. I am pleased to announce that the online system will be able to be operational in 5 masters offices, namely Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban, Pretoria, and Thohoyandou. We continue to build a stable and reliable ICT infrastructure to enable the systems to function optimally in order to provide services to the public. The National Constitutional Conference held in March 2023 is one of the highlights of the 2022-23 financial year. This provided an opportunity to reflect on the past 25 years of the Constitution. It also focused on issues related to service delivery and social stability, while also creating a roadmap for harnessing democracy's achievements. The past 25 years have made significant progress in redressing the injustices of the past. Nevertheless, there are still many obstacles to achieving the vision and values of the Constitution. The department will continue to work with stakeholders to realize the vision of the Constitution. Towards accelerating the implementation of the 2019 Presidential Summit Declaration and its National Strategic Plan to fight gender-based violence, Phase 5 of a Femicide Watch interactive dashboard was completed to support the department in analyzing trends and profiles of offenders and victims. The Integrated Justice Services Program continues to drive modernization of the criminal justice system through improved use of technology and development, maintenance, and operation of an interdepartmental information exchange platform, namely the IJS Transversal Hub. Currently, 10 government departments entities are connected to the IJS Hub and are able to electronically exchange information. Maintenance of infrastructure improves access to justice services. During the year under review, a total of 69 courts were refurbished and upgraded through minor capital works. In addition, a total of 70 courts were upgraded in line with the minimum standards to provide reasonable accommodation and disability-centric support services. To address the challenges faced by the state attorney's offices, a total of 6 policies were finalized by the end of 2022-23 financial year. These policies cover a range of areas, which were also submitted to this portfolio committee, including managing state litigation, briefing and outsourcing of state legal work, initiating, defending and opposing matters, alternative dispute resolutions, ADR state mediation, and state legal representation policy, and state management contingent liability. The department is currently working on an action plan to implement the policies. As we conclude the 5th administration, we will focus on improving access to justice by addressing challenges and implementing the department's priorities. The department has made significant progress in implementing its priorities, even though access to justice is not yet at the required levels. Our goal is to build a society that is more just and equitable. Responding to serious corruption is a top priority for the NPA, and targeted interventions have been implemented in response to the final Zondo report. In collaboration with law enforcement agencies, the NPA has established partnerships to address the Zondo Commission's reports and the FATF's recommendations. These recommendations and response relates to a coordinated by an integrated task force led by the NPA with the participation of DPCI, FIG, and the SIU. To address the recommendation made by FATF, the NPA leads this law enforcement agency work stream. The NPA primary focuses on identifying and enrolling money laundering and terror financing cases. A monitoring mechanism has been established to ensure that the NPA meets its obligations regarding the FATF action plan. Fighting corruption and money laundering requires more than just prosecuting. We need a societal response and upstream intervention to improve ethics and integrity, particularly in leadership positions, governance, and collaborations with law enforcement partners. It is in this regard that we continue to work with the advisory body on corruption in the presidency to work on issues of prevention, to work on issues of integrity and ethics, so that we have got more preventative measures and we're able to also involve society in the fight against corruption and also to bring into the government space and in the private sector ethical leaders that will take our country forward. The NPA has collaborated with GTOC to develop a focused organized crime strategy. We recognize the importance of working with the JCPS partners, particularly the DPCI, to combat organized crime, which is growing in our country. To rebuild the organization and address the impact of state capture, the NPA has adopted a strategic approach internally. The NPA has stabilized the senior leadership layers and increased staff capacity and capabilities. The Office for the Ethics and Accountability is close to being established to ensure that staff integrity and advance on our commitment to the values is there. The NPA's overall performance against its core mandate has improved by almost 50% since 2020-21 financial year. The NPA effectively handles over 850,000 criminal matters annually. All of the 2022-23 fiscal year targets set by the Integrated Justice System program has been successfully met. The IJS system integrations between the SAPS, the NPA, and DOJ have enabled the IJS transversal hub to process over 350,273 cases electronically. Since its inception, the IJS system has processed more than 3,283,139 cases, making it an effective tool in managing the criminal justice system. The IJS system facilitates electronic information exchanges such as docket-ready notifications, docket requests, electronic charge sheets, and electronic case outcomes integrations. It is operational across 9 provinces, connecting 1,156 police stations to 509 courts countrywide, thus significantly reducing data capturing time while providing valuable business insights for managing the criminal justice system. During the 2022-23 financial year, the Personal Identification and Verification Application Solution checked over 238 accused persons and identified over 60,981, which is a 30% as having prior criminal records. Further, 5,371 wanted individuals were identified as linked to SAPS circulations as persons of interest in other cases. The PIVA solution has been critical in identifying accused persons with prior criminal records and those related to the SAPS circulations, thus enhancing the management of the criminal justice system. The IJS program and PIVA solutions achievements inspire us to continue delivering efficient and effective services, benefiting all South Africans, and continue with the modernization journey. The Office of the Chief Justice has achieved a clean audit for the 2022-23 financial year, demonstrating their commitment to financial prudence and accountability. Their primary mission is to ensure the efficient functioning of superior courts to provide accessible justice. The court online implementation, including the case line solution, has been a game changer in the court system. The OCJ has installed backup generators and water backup system in several service centers to mitigate power and water supply interruptions. The OCJ is committed to promoting accountability and fighting corruption. Finally, the budget cuts have affected the OCJ, but they are determined to navigate the financial constraints through innovative approaches. The SIU is going a long way to deepen its capacity, and we have seen significant developments on this front. The SIU and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research has taken a positive step towards fostering innovation and developments in the fields of data science, information and cybersecurity, AI and cyber infrastructure support. Through a memorandum of understanding, both institutions have agreed to share their expertise and skills to combat corruption and cyber crimes through Anti-Corruption Academy. This collaboration will bring about a significant change in policy formulation and implementation. The Anti-Corruption Academy will have access to world-class research and scholars, practitioners, which will enable it to develop practical policies that will make a real difference. Building a strong human capacities and robust anti-corruption academy are critical to achieve this goal. This will add to the already impressive work of the SIU in recovering money into the fiscus and also in dealing with the maladministration in the various sectors of the organs of the state. Legal Aid South Africa, Honorable Chairperson, continued in the last financial year to champion the rights of all persons to access justice through the provision of independent, accessible, and quality legal aid services in fulfillment of its constitutional and legislative mandate. As you are aware, it has extended its services to the Land Rights Management Unit, which has had its first full year of operations and provided legal services to farm occupiers, labor tenants, and restitution claimants. We are pleased, Chairperson, that the President has assented to the Land Court Act, which is now law in our country. And we also, in this regard, thank members of the Portfolio Committee for the swift processing of the Land Court Bill through your processes up until the President enabled it to be law. We believe this will go a long way in the land justice courts, in the land justice course for the Republic of South Africa, where people will be able to receive all their land rights being vindicated through the Land Court. Legal Aid South Africa increased access to justice by providing 581,430 persons with legal aid in comparison to 487,552 people in the previous financial year. It also achieved 97% of the predetermined objectives in comparison to 84 in the 2021-22 financial year. The cherry on top was the 15th clean audit outcome for Legal Aid South Africa. The Department of Correctional Services, Honorable Chairperson, continues to offer rehabilitation programs to inmates in our efforts of contributing towards safer communities in South Africa. The programs are geared towards social reintegration of inmates into the community. One of the rehabilitation programs that we offer is a self-sufficiency strategic framework. Through this program, we transfer skills to inmates to enhance their employability and also their own self-employment, and allow inmates to take part in community empowerment initiatives, which will help to raise awareness to the public that inmates are a continuous part of society. We are happy to announce to this Portfolio Committee that in the 2022-23 financial year, the Department of Correctional Services continued to significantly reduce running costs at all correctional centers and generated revenue by maximizing production through offender labor. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee also witnessed revenue-generating activities in our centers during your own oversight visits countrywide. Honorable members went further to make suggestions to enhance production where possible. We have implemented some of those suggestions where it was practically possible and fiscally practical. Chairperson, 1,277 offenders worked in production workshops daily in the last financial year, and 3,352 inmates daily worked in our agricultural farms. Over the last 3 financial years, the department saved a total of 372 million rands through the self-sufficiency strategic framework. We were 100% self-sufficient in terms of producing eggs for inmates. Management areas in Gauteng and the Eastern Cape also did not procure cabbage from external service providers, as this was produced internally. Other food items which were internally produced for inmates' rations included the following: 9.4 kilograms of vegetables, 482,000 kilograms of fruits, 427,000 kilograms of red meat, 1 million kilograms of chicken meat, 1.7 million kilograms of pork, 5.9 million liters of milk, 4.6 million loaves of bread at a cost of 7 rand 2 cents per loaf. This, honorable members, means that even where correctional services has to go to the market, because the reality is that we do not have sufficient capacity to produce all this. Even where we go to the market, we know what is the price of a loaf of bread. And this enables us to negotiate and put us in a good position to negotiate as we procure some of the items that we may not be able to produce in our facilities 100%. Chairperson, as honorable members can attest, both the performance of the Department of Correctional Services and the audit outcomes continue to significantly improve. The overall performance of the department in the last financial year stood at 87%, with 39 of 45 targets achieved. The Department of Correctional Services overall audit outcome for the 3 consecutive financial years is an unqualified audit opinion with findings. We will continue to entrench a culture of accountability in the department to sustain the upward trends in terms of audit outcomes and good governance. In the 2022-23 financial year, we provided adequate oversight and monitoring, emphasizing on the importance of consequence management against transgressors of legislations and public sector prescripts. Lack of accountability was not tolerated, and where it reared its ugly head, it was tackled head-on. This approach resulted in the reduction of irregular expenditure in the last financial year, which amounted to 194 million compared to 946 million rands in the 2021-22 financial year. The number of audit findings was also reduced from 130 in the 2021-22 financial year to 108 in the previous financial year. This is in line with our target of obtaining a clean audit opinion in this current financial year. Another important matter that we emphasized in the last financial year was filling of vacant posts with capable correctional officials to prevent dishonesty in our operations. This led to improved service delivery as we bore witnesses in our annual report. We have continued in this trend, Honorable Chairperson, by appointing about 18 area commissioners across the country who will begin working. Some of them have already started now, and others will start on the 1st of November. We boast of men and women in brown uniform who are committed to improve our responsiveness towards offices in the department's account, leading to improvement of our performance and creating better lives for our people. Chairperson and honorable members, it looks like there's an honorable member who has not muted.
Sorry, Minister. I think it's Secretariat. Can you mute yourself? Thank you very much. I think it served as a comfort break for you, Minister. You can proceed.
Thank you. Chairperson and honorable members, overcrowding continues to impact the Department of Correctional Service rehabilitation programs. In the last financial year, we had an inmate population of 157,056, consisting of 98,490 sentenced males, 2,691 sentenced females, unsentenced males, and 53,912 unsentenced males, and 1,958 unsentenced females. This inmate population was accommodated within the approved bed space capacity of only 107,582, which means that we are really cutting above our weights, which continues to be a difficult challenge for the department. We continue to implement the overcrowding reduction strategy to mitigate against rising levels of overcrowding, which affect our operations in a multitude of ways. As honorable members will recall, we announced a special remissions of sentences that was approved by the President in August this year to a category of low-risk inmates. Before the remission, the occupancy rate of our centers was 143%, but this has been reduced by 15%, demonstrating that the remission is indeed one of the tools to reduce overcrowding. We also emphasize that we cannot be able to build at the pace correctional facilities as the same as the sentence pace. We also continue to encourage our area commissioners and center managers to apply for those who deserve bail or those that are on bail to be reduced. A number of them have succeeded, but others have not succeeded because the magistrates were not convinced. But in some of the cases, they were convinced, in others, they were not convinced. And we continue to engage with other stakeholders to look at alternative ways of sentencing, particularly on low-risk offenders. One of our notorious inmates, convicted rapist and murderer, Thabo Bestas, escaped from the Mangaung Private Correctional Facility, undermined our efforts to safely incarcerate dangerous criminals. However, honorable members, as various inquiries and oversight visits of this portfolio committee revealed, inmates are incarcerated safely across our 243 correctional centers in the country. Our centers are not synonymous with escapes. In the last financial year, correctional services reduced security incidents through effective implementation of prevention strategies. From the inmate population of 157,056, there was a reduction of 90 escapes in the 2022-23 financial year when compared to the 117 escapes in the prior financial year. We continue to acknowledge that one escape from any of our centers is one too many. We will continue to strengthen our security operations to prevent escapes and other security incidents such as contraband smuggling. As honorable members are aware, the Department of Correctional Services is engaged in a process of introducing Correctional Services Amendment Act Bill of 2023 to amend sections 1, 30, 31, 88A, and 91 of the Act, and to introduce a new section 95D regarding its relationship and the independence of JICs. In this regard, a JICs bill has also been developed, and the finalization thereof hinges on the final determination from National Treasury in terms of the financial scope and requirements to replace most of the provisions in Chapter 9 and 10 of the Act. Chairpersons, we have pronounced ourselves clearly that we do not intend in any way whatsoever to renew the contracts with the private correctional centers, namely Mangaung and Kutama Sentimul. The matter of the terminating of the contract of the Mangaung Private Correctional Center is before court, where we are defending our decisions to terminate this contract. And we stand by that. We believe it is the most rational decision. We also want to thank honorable members, the officials, particularly in the Limpopo Northwest area and Mpumalanga, LMN, for the swift response that they have undertaken when the Kutama Sentimule was burning. A maximum facility where not even one single offender was able to escape. And I believe this deserved the applause of all South Africans, because that showed that in correctional services, we have got good officials who can be able to react and act with the agency in any difficult situation. The situation was not was a difficult one because it involved negotiations and skills to cool down and calm down the offenders, which succeeded through one of our employees who worked the whole night and engaged in this activity. And in this, my special thanks goes to the area commissioner of Toyando, who is a female who did a brilliant job on that evening of this burning of the Kutama Sentimule correctional facility. This, we thank them because we believe that through good correctional officials and public servants, the capabilities of the state will always come to bear. From Kuruman in the Northern Cape, Nongoma in KwaZulu-Natal to Mokwase in the Northwest, inmates are helping to transform the lives of the poor and the victims of crime. We will not rest in our laurels. We will continue to transform correctional services, working together with our partners and institutions such as JICs into an entrepreneurial department consistent with the commitments we have made before this August House. We are also continuing to modernize the IT system of the Department of Correctional Services, collaborating with other organizations to improve our services. As per the Criminal Law Forensic Procedures Amendment Act, the National Commissioner of SAPS must obtain a buccal sample from every person serving a sentence of imprisonment for a listed offense in Schedule 8 of the Criminal Procedure Act. To meet this requirement, DCS is working with SAPS and IJS Transversal Hub to establish an information exchange platform, with the project expected to be finalized by December 2023. DCS has commissioned the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research to develop 10 ankle bracelets for electronic monitoring to enhance the supervision of parolees, probationers, and those awaiting trial. The devices have been successfully tested, and the next step is to package them and carry out field tests to ensure their performance in real-world situations. The field test will begin in November 2023. In addition, DCS has also commissioned the CSIR to develop a handheld mobile biometric device prototype that will automate the comparison of fingerprints of persons brought to a correctional facility for detentions from court with the fingerprints on the detention warrant. The device will also conduct offender roll calls, daily unlock, and biometric identification. The 10 prototypes have been developed and tested and are now undergoing field tests in the correctional facilities starting this month, October 2023. DCL is also collaborating with the CSIR to develop technology that prevent the use of mobile devices in correctional facilities. The network operators in South Africa believe that jamming is not allowed by ICASA, which makes it difficult to restrict the use of cell phones in our facilities. However, the Associations of Comms and Technology is writing to ICASA to request a meeting for an exemption to enable jamming in correctional facilities during certain times of the day. In a meeting with Telkom, DCS discussed the repairs of public telephones in correctional facilities. Out of 1,800 public telephones in the DCS facilities, 70 were not functional, 40 were repaired, and 30 needed replacement as the units were damaged. Telkom is finalizing its discussion with CallSafe to provide an alternative solution to the public telephones. Although the department faces challenges such as high vacancy rates, funding constraints, and an increasing inmate population, it remains committed to delivering on planned programs and the projects. Honorable members, our work is visible. You can touch it. We need the impact to be felt by those who are accessing the justice services countrywide. With the current upward trajectory in all the departments that we are leading, we are confident that soon the impact will be felt by each and every South African who is accessing the justice system and those that are released from our correctional facilities not to reoffend. It is a task we believe we will be able to deliver as we work with all the relevant stakeholders in the Republic of South Africa. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm not sure whether you would want to deal with the other issues now, or we should just segment them. We deal with a political overview, and then we can come back to the other two issues.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I have seen the letter that has been addressed to the Deputy Minister on this matter of the benefits and the salary of the information regulator. With your indulgence, Chair, I will request that maybe the DM can be able to deal with the matter. The second one, with regards to the fine of the department, the only reservation we have is that the department has taken the issue on review with regards to the decision of the information regulator, because they believe there are grounds for them to take the matter on review. We are just not sure whether, as we engage, we will not end up dealing with the merits of the matter. But there is an aspect which ourselves as the executive authority have raised with the DG, that any of the officials involved in the labs, in these labs, they should be held to account, which is a process that the department still has to undertake. That is, in a nutshell, on what I can say, Chairperson, on the second matter. I will request you, with your indulgence, if you could allow the DM to deal with the other one.
Thank you. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Look, the background, well, you know the long-term background, but the more immediate background is that I was speaking at a information regulator event, I think the week before last, and Sizwe Snail was also one of the speakers, and I think the chair of the regulator had mentioned to me that he had sent a letter of demand to the regulator. So I discussed it with him and discovered it was still this old issue of a dispute over the amount of the payments relating to, I mean, because he was a part-time member, was he given did the department work out, because it was the department that was paying him, did they work out the remuneration accurately? And then also specifically the department's response to his travel claims. I thought it had been resolved, but discovered it hadn't. I had suggested to him that rather than him going to court, we see whether we can, I mean, it's basically a factual dispute. What was he entitled to as a part-time member of the regulator and the travel claims? So I've still got to discuss it with the Director-General and the DDG Corporate Services, I think it would be. But the issue would be, because it's a factual claim. I see he's written on the chat that it's also the issue of his privilege benefits and allowances, which, as you know, has still not been resolved. And there was the meeting with the myself and the Deputy Minister of Finance. But you know, I think let us work on it and report to you in the next 2 weeks or so, if that is okay.
Let me hear other members. Are there any hands? I think it will be better to segment these discussions because we might not do justice to them. Let's start with a political overview by the Minister, and then that it will be followed by this matter of the letter by Professor Snail, and then it will be the issue of the discussion on the matter between the department and the information regulator. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have well, firstly, I'm very happy to hear about the ankle bracelets and the handheld biometric devices that's going to be used. I think that will bring much relief to long-standing problems in the department. But I just want to know, was there a lot of planning that went into the special remission? Because from my point of view, and what I've come across, it would not seem to be the case, because there has been a huge increase in very recently released individuals in homeless centers that was picked up by various metropolitan municipalities, where people have been literally dumped on the street without any, there was no reintegration program or anything of the kind, it would seem. And then also to utilize special remission as a means to deal with the problem of prison overpopulation, where it is very clear that the basic problem is remand detainees, but remand detainees have not been sentenced yet. Therefore, in terms of the law, they are innocent until proven otherwise. And now we are making space for presumed innocent people by setting free sentenced prisoners, giving them a discount on the sentences. And I just wonder that have all the rehabilitation programs been completed? Lots of social issues associated with that, whereas to address special the remand detainee problem is not rocket science. I mean, if the NPA and the magistrate courts can come to an agreement, they can reduce the number of remand detainees significantly in a very short period of time. And I think this has already been mentioned to the minister by Member Breitenbach, and it has been done in the past. So I failed to understand why we have to resort to special remission for sentenced prisoners to make space for remand detainees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Horn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Minister for the briefing. I think at best, and to find something positive, we hope that the concluding remarks by the Minister, that he's confident that soon those who access or try to access services by this department and its different arms and entities will be able to feel the impact of improvements. And that in itself, I think, is with respect, a telling statement. And I want to leave room, Chair, for the possibility that, of course, in fixing some, I want to say, underlying fundamentals, the experience of those who go to our courts, go to the master's office, etc., will soon be a more positive experience, because the reality is, I think, as the Minister intimated, it's at the moment not. So when we consequently then try and raise certain issues with the Minister, it's not only to be, well, it's not to be negative. We do so mindful of the fact that in terms of performance measurement, there has been improvements, and we firstly want to acknowledge that. Having said that, Chair, there's a number of issues that I think must be raised with the Minister. The first is that it is very worrying that we today learn from the Auditor-General that in terms of the integrated inmate management system, there is now a process of arbitration between the initial service provider and the department. That's never been part of what the department or the Minister briefed this committee about in respect of the challenges around the development of the integrated inmate management system. And I don't think it's acceptable to even, if that arbitration process has been embarked upon by the time we had our budget debates earlier this year, to simply not inform this oversight body of that fact, specifically given the massive challenges around the integrated inmate management system. And I would think, Chair, that if, well, we must say this to the Minister, but we must also insist that when the department come, the full details of this decision and where it stands now must be presented. Then in terms of a number of comments by the Minister around, firstly, the court modernization program, and secondly, the court maintenance program, we must say, Chair, that unfortunately, I I think the minister is trying to put varnish on a unfinished product in order to make it look slightly better. This committee was informed that the Integrated Justice System Management Forum, or whatever it is called, which all the ministers would sit on, would now finally be the fix that would bring value for money and speed up progress with the development of the Integrated Justice System project. But yet the Auditor-General says we must put some more pressure on that body so that they at least start meeting. That's more or less to paraphrase the advice of the Auditor-General to this committee. And in that sense, we must repeat our discomfort with the fact that this committee is perennially being informed that this or that new fix to the development of the integrated justice system is now embarked upon. We will soon see the results, and then something like as simple as the Auditor-General saying to us, well, this portfolio committee must play a stronger oversight role over that new management body, because seemingly they're not even meeting. And in that regard, yeah, it is very worrying that we keep on as a country throwing money at the development of that program with very little to see for it. In terms of the court maintenance program, it's all well and fine, Chair, with respect to here of 59 courts that through day-to-day maintenance, something has been done, because we must be positive about it. It's something this committee has been nagging for many years, that ability must be improved, and we must give credit that seemingly that has happened now. But in terms of the more integrated, bigger maintenance need of our court buildings, we must remain very worried. The minister has, in an answer to a parliamentary question, indicated that by now the department would have completed a whole review, if not audit, of all the big maintenance needs of our court buildings, and would make available an integrated plan to deal with this. Given the fact that in his political overview he's silent about it, we must ask, where is that plan? Because at this stage, at best, we're dealing with court maintenance and bigger projects in a hodgepodge manner. I'm sure the Honourable Breitenbach to follow will have a lot to say about the Potchefstroom court building. I just want to say it is mind-boggling that when this portfolio committee visited the Northern Cape earlier this year, we were informed that the DA Magistrates Court suffered a fire in January 2020. Then when we made certain inquiries, we were informed that, yes, the police assessment held things up, but within literally days, the project would ensue, only to see that finally in September, just more than a month ago, a project was now advertised, long after we were informed that this project is about to ensue. And that's ultimately a good example of how maintenance projects and bigger maintenance projects unfold. The court recording technology issue, Chair, remains a big worry. We know that there's interim measures in place. It would have been good to hear from the Minister what progress, if any, is being made to deal with the solutions to this problem in the longer run, because quite clearly the feedback we receive is that the extension of the service agreement is only partly a solution, in that if you maintain something which you have agreed will come to an end soon, then maintenance is also scratchy at best. In respect of the Guardians Fund, I would hope that the Minister has noted also the Auditor-General's findings, and we would plead the Minister to get personally involved with political oversight over fixing what is wrong at the Guardians Fund, and the same with the Master of the High Court, which I know the Deputy Minister has really dirtied his hands with, but yet we still sit with many reports that frontline services at the Masters of the High Court, in specifically Cape Town, Pretoria, and to an extent Durban, it's not up to standard. We hope that the online deceased solution will bring some relief. And lastly, to add to that, of late reports that the department seemingly to address the issues raised and that led to this country's grey listing, has settled on a digitization project for existing trusts, which has led to the removal of trust files from all masters' offices by the service provider, and virtually has stopped all commercial transactions involving trusts, because it is a seemingly insurmountable problem to now access those files in order to change trustees or make amendments to trust deeds. Yeah, we need to ask how a project which seemingly was crafted or drafted and awarded in haste to try and address the grey listing issues can lead to a situation where ordinary South Africans who must do some commercial activities through trusts are now hamstrung in such a manner. So those would be the issues I would hope the Minister would be able to also shed some light on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, afternoon to everybody. Chair, I wonder, every year the Minister comes and he paints this picture of moonshine and roses at the department, when we all know that that's just not the case. I often wonder if we live in the same country. The rest of us live in a country where crime is rampant, where gender-based violence is the highest in the world, where recidivism is the highest in the world, and then the Department of Justice under his stewardship has done nothing but go backwards. And yet he comes here and smiles and talks about, in huge brushstrokes, without drilling down to anything at all that matters, paints this glowing picture of the criminal justice system. And ordinary South Africans just know that's not true. That's not how their lives are, and that's just not how things are. And I don't know, I honestly don't know which country he's living in. It's not the same one I'm living in. The department now reports an improved performance. But of course, that's after they adjusted their targets downwards. So would they have reached their initial targets? No, they wouldn't have. And that just means that, their planning is poor and their risk management doesn't exist. So it doesn't help to come here and tell people in platitudes about how wonderful the performance is. It's not wonderful. It's in fact quite shocking. The department has got a repeat finding about the usefulness and reliability of the information that they supply. So that means we need to question all the information they supply. The Minister talks about improved performance in the courts and tells us how, thank you for rushing the GBV legislation through the committee, etc., etc. And then what does he do? In the Thabo Bester debacle, he allows the escape of a man and then fails completely to consider for one moment the safety or security of any of the victims. And then he says, oh, he's sorry. Well, that doesn't help at all. And then to compound that, weeks later, he lets out the two perpetrators in the Alison Botha matter, two convicted criminals who have done nothing to convince anybody that they've been rehabilitated. We all know they haven't been. That's a disaster waiting to happen. He just does it again and again with no consultation with the victim. So either he doesn't care or he's a really, really slow learner. Either way, it's deeply concerning. Now he's let out over 10,000 convicted criminals on parole. They've dumped them all over the country in the streets. They've got nowhere to go. They've got no prospect of finding a job. They've got nowhere to live. They've got nothing to eat. And their families have rejected them. So, the spiking crime rate is hardly a surprise. Again, thanks to the Minister and his department. And yet he comes here and tells us that everything's wonderful and it's okay. It's not okay. Nothing is okay. And if he thinks that the platitudes that he uses to describe the situation in this country washes with anybody, he's making a big mistake. So he needs to take responsibility, man up, and start dealing with the issues. We have an infrastructure problem in South Africa. The courts are falling apart. There are very few courts that are not falling apart. The Potchefstroom Magistrates Court has been without a roof for over a year now. Nothing has been done. It's a lot like Parliament. Nothing has been done to repair it. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Courts don't have lifts. Courts don't have generators. Courts don't have air conditioning. Courts don't have windows. When they cannot have electricity and they have no air conditioning, it gets really hot in there. If the lifts are not working, you can't get to the courts. The Supreme Court of Appeal, when we went there, is in such a shocking state of disrepair. And yet the minister does nothing. And I don't expect him to take up a bag of cement and go fix it himself. But good heavens, can he not speak to the Department of Public Works and get something done just for once? So, you know, the beautiful little moonshine and roses picture that the minister paints is, quite frankly, and forgive the terminology, nothing but putting lipstick on a pig. The criminal justice system in this country is in big trouble. And the minister has done absolutely, he's made no contribution whatsoever to improve it. Thank you.
Honorable Swart.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think there are deep concerns about the state of the criminal justice system when it is the primary role of the state to protect its citizens. And whilst there are the best endeavors from the prosecuting authority side, from very dedicated officials, magistrates, there still is these very high levels of crime in society and, of course, high levels of corruption. And as my colleague, Honorable Breitenbach, pointed out, the number of deficiencies that we've seen in our oversight and going around to different areas. The minister alluded to corruption issues and other issues and attempts to address that, but clearly there is still a lot to be done. And I do think that we as members of the Portfolio Committee and as members of Parliament, when we receive complaints on a day-to-day basis, one of the issues, Minister, that hasn't even been raised is the issue of maintenance in the courts. We are overwhelmed by people asking us to do something about the maintenance, the issues of maintenance. And this is in a time when people are struggling financially and are dependent on maintenance payments. And there seems to be a major challenge in that regard as well. Minister, I absolutely agree with what my colleague has said, particularly having gone around and seen the state of the courts. And yes, a lot of it is due to public works. We fully accept that. But I do think that far more could and should have been done. I do appreciate there has been an improvement on the financials when one looks at the unqualified reports, when one looks at the department's report that has improved from previously a qualification on contingent liabilities to unqualified with certain findings. The SIU, they'll have to explain why they've regressed. Public Protector has regressed. SA Human Rights has remained stagnant. But I think, Chair and Minister, an issue which I raised with the AG is what the AG has referred to in its report, and that is when it comes to certain of the targets, that the achievements reported in the annual performance report materially differed from the supporting evidence. And this is a major concern for us, and I'm sure it must be for you, because clearly the question is, can one then rely on the evidence that you are given, that we are given, when you are evaluating the targets? What I would like to ask, Minister, the cost containment measures that the Minister of Finance is requiring from all departments and which was announced in 31 August. Yes, we are dealing with the previous financial report, but this obviously is impacting this present year, financial year, and possibly going forward. To what degree are you aware of the impact that those cost containment measures and the that are being proposed will have on the department and entities reporting to the department, in particularly regarding your performance plan for this year? In fact, I understand that there's been a suggestion that the performance plans must be adjusted for this financial year and going forward. And are you engaging with the Minister of Finance? I'm sure the department is, given that cost containment measures, cost cutting will have a severe impact on service delivery and in the criminal justice system as a whole. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Two issues on my side, Minister. The issue that Honorable Swart raised even during the briefing by the Auditor-General of the reliability of some of the targets or performance information, it's not for the first time that we are raising. And this is the last appearance of yourselves and the department in this term. And still up to now, the Auditor-General and ourselves are still concerned about the reliability of performance information. And I remember when you appeared before us last year, we still raised this issue. What have you done from last year up to now to ensure that Parliament can rely on the performance information of the department? And the Auditor-General has raised it now again, which means there has been either no improvement or little improvement in that regard. We are raising it because for us, it just makes it very difficult, even if we have to fight for the budget of the department, and it is difficult to say the department is do 1, 2, and 3 when we cannot rely on the performance information of the department. And then the second one is that you have said that because you are able to produce bread and other things, it has also helped the department to be in a position to bargain with suppliers in areas where you are not able to produce either in that particular scale that you want, or you are not able at all to produce. My question is that, have you been able to ensure that the government as a whole is able to learn from yourselves? For instance, you would have, if you are talking about your department in producing bread at R7.20, so it will know the cost of producing bread, but you are not the only department that is using bread. Department of Health, Department of Education. Have you been able to ensure that there is a broader learning of this good practice from your side, even by other departments, especially in other departments being able to pay lesser when they buy from the private sector, because they would know from the information that you would have supplied that this is the actual cost of producing either cabbage or milk or bread, which would, I think, if government as a whole would learn from the department, it would reduce our expenditure, because generally we know that government always pay 10 times more for buying things that are generally ordinary people would pay far less. And that is what is sometimes contributing to cutting of budgets, because government, because of paying more for what for what they're supposed to be paying less, they've got no money to pay for what they're supposed to be paying for. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson, and all the inputs of the honorable members. Honorable Engelbrecht. I think the comment on the bracelet and the biometric system, it's noted. To ensure the reliability of the process and the product, we have stated that we are working with the CSIR, who are helping us with the research and also with the current test that is ongoing on this product. So we are confident that by the time we are able to roll it out, it will have been certified as the most capable product that we can use. As to whether thought has been put into the special remissions, yes, Chairperson, the project started in April when the AG identified the shortage of beds, particularly reduction of the number of beds in our facilities that were raised. So that process started from that time, and it enabled the department to plan with regards to the processes. And the processes included the consulting with the families. It does include where the inmates will be going and so forth. I heard the matters raised by the honorable members. We will have to follow up with those where it's said that we've dumped them in homeless places. But the process enables them to be reintegrated to their families and communities. And as I said earlier on, Honorable Chair, the instrument we use to deal with remission is not to deal with overcrowding. It's not only remission. I have said that we have also used the section 63A of the Criminal Procedure Act to particularly for the inmates that were on remand detention, as Honorable Engelbrecht has said, that are on bail. The department submitted a total of 19,897 referrals to the courts in terms of section 63A of the Criminal Procedure Act, of which only 4,304, which is about 21% of the inmates, were successful in terms of the reduction of their bail, placement under correctional supervision, warning, withdrawal of cases, and placement of children under secure care families. So this has also been work that has been ongoing in the current financial year, even in the previous financial years. We are not only relying on the remission, but we also rely on the presiding officers themselves, where they deem fit and they believe a matter deserve an alternative form of sentencing to also help the process. With regards to the issues raised by Honorable Horn on the master's office, firstly, I do acknowledge his positive message, acknowledging where there are successes, and also criticizing where he deems it to be failures, which it's a welcome development if we are to build this department. Indeed, we believe the launch of the online deceased estate will be a game changer in the master space, because it has involved all the stakeholders in the space. We believe it will be revolutionary, and with time, the complaints that are raised by members of the public will be significantly reduced, or if not eliminated, with the new system, which also enabled members of the public to raise complaints through the system, where there is a dedicated line or platform through email and other platforms where they can raise the issues if and when they arise. So as honorable members do raise that they receive lots of complaints, you can imagine, even myself, I sometimes feel like I become a call center for members of the public who are accessing services, who are struggling with access to services in the justice system. So I believe this online deceased program will definitely be a game changer. And next month, we will be launching the one related to maintenance, as Honorable Horn has said, which will acknowledge that there are challenges even in the maintenance system. As and when they are raised, we attend to them. But we also believe that the online maintenance system will also be another game changer in the system. So gradually, step by step, we are indeed resolving the challenges that the public is raising. With regards to the arbitration process with the department on IMS, indeed, this has never been a secret. We have always said that there's a dispute with the service provider. And if there's a dispute, it has to be handled in terms of what the contract says, which the contracts dictate that where there's a dispute, it must be referred to arbitration. And that is what is happening. It's the same with the Mangaung Correctional Facility, where there's a dispute. It's also being referred to arbitration, and sometimes the management company take us to court to raise certain points and all that. It's part of the adjudication processes as and when disputes arise. It's not a secret. It's there. We have said it all along that there's a dispute with the service provider. The issue of IJS ministers, as you have said, that the AG has said that we must be encouraged to meet. I can confirm, Honorable Horn, that I did meet the AG, and they raised a number of issues with us, and they also acknowledged progress, even with regards to this meeting. I can state that I am the first minister to convene the meeting, and the meetings did sit. There was discussion, and there were agreements that it's going to sit every 6 months. So we are going to have another one again in the next period. But the meeting did sit, and it is beginning to look into the governance oversight of this matter, and also the linkages in the various departments, which are beginning to bear fruit, and they are happening with the processes of IJS. And what I've reported here, it's part of those processes that are happening. And I want to state to honorable members that with the lessons we've also learned across the globe in other departments, and as we interact with colleagues, they do say that with modernization, it's a long-term project, which needs patience, which needs veritude, which needs clear monitoring and execution, which we are doing by ensuring that we monitor the processes, we follow up, and so forth. And we believe with time, the fruits will begin to emerge, like with the online systems. Gradually the public will begin to feel this matter. The issue related to the trust registration and so forth, I think the DG may be able to deal with it as and when he appears here. But what I know is that there has been a significant improvement in terms of access to information by those where the digitization and the modernization program has undergone. The time that used to be taken to get a file has been significantly reduced. It is now done in real time. There could be challenges, obviously, with new systems. They do happen there and there, but in a bigger nutshell, from most of the feedback I have received from even members of the public is that the system has significantly improved. In real time, they're able to access their information. The the issue that has been raised with regards to the Guardian Fund, the AG issues that they have raised with the committee. Maybe I should just quote verbatim what they, in my meeting with them, this is what they've said when we had the meeting. I met the AG. They said, although misstatements were identified on the annual financial statement, the misstatements were corrected. The improvement is also attributed to management's commitment to implementing corrective actions plans relating to misstatements on contingent liabilities identified in the prior year. So there is a commitment from ourselves and from management when misstatements are identified to be corrected. And they continue to say that, however, the reliability on performance information is still of concern as material issues continue to be identified. And as and when they are identified, management and the AG, they resolve them. And they have stated that there is commitment from both sides to deal with that. And they have told me that they have established an audit interventions plans to address the reliability of performance information. And the DG is dealing with this on a quarterly basis, which we obviously expect reports with that in that regard. Then the questions and the points raised by Honorable Bredenbach that we are here to paint a picture of roses. Honorable Chair, if that was the case, we will not have acknowledged the challenges that we do have. And I like the spirit of Honorable Horn, because he does acknowledge that indeed there is progress. But it does seem like Honorable Bredenbach does not observe any progress at all, which is there in terms of the performance indicators, in terms of the information, even by the AG itself, as I have stated earlier on. There is an acknowledgement that there is progress, which I do think that it should be the foundation for us to go forward. With regards to recidivism, that has been stated to be the highest in the world by Honorable Bredenbach, maybe we could be helped with where does that information come from? Because on our side, we on the number of stats that we've read, there is also no reliable stats or info in that regard. From our side, in terms of the parolees, a huge number of them do comply with their parole conditions and so forth. The issue of recidivism is an issue that needs research also by academics and also the departments to find a proper definition and also to deal with it in terms of its level in the country. On the Thabo Bester matter, Honorable Chair, I'm not sure what else we are supposed to say, but the only thing I can say is that the matter is in court. Everyone who was involved in this matter is accounting for the public to know. When this matter started, the Honorable Chair, the conspirators and the allegations was that there are politicians who are involved. And up to now, the court process is ongoing. Evidence will be led. Let everyone who was involved be accounted for. And they must be accountable. The law must take its course. And we've allowed the process to take its due processes. With regards to the border matter that she has raised, we have responded to a question on this in this regard. And there was a recommendation coming from the NCCS that he has complied. Even the social workers report did state that he is someone whom has qualified for these processes. Once a person complies with the law, the Correctional Services Act, Honorable Chair, The minister with the recommendation has got very little place to maneuver. Even if I do take a different decision, I must be able to rationalize it and be able to justify the decision. So this inmate complied in terms of the Correctional Services Act. The issue of infrastructure, Chairperson, indeed is true. It's a challenge, and we have reported to this Honorable Portfolio Committee that there are ongoing engagements between Public Works and the departments. There are meetings that sit between ourselves. There are also meetings that sit between myself, the Minister of Public Works, and the Chief Justice. It is not true that we're doing nothing. I can say that it's a blue lie. In fact, it's propaganda. There are meetings that are happening between myself, the Chief Justice, and the Minister of Public Works. There are also meetings that happen between myself and the Minister of Public Works with regards to this issue. And there has been interventions coming out of these meetings. And the clearest example of such interventions is the Porchester Magistrate Court, the Mamelodi Magistrate Court, which has not been moving for almost the past 10 years. And I believe that those meetings are beginning to bear fruit, but obviously challenges are still there. But we are gradually finding each other and a solution, including the devolution of some of the powers to deal with the basic maintenance and so forth, which have also been done for both justice and the correctional services. Those are products of the meetings that we have been having with the Minister of Public Works. Not only the recent one, we also had meetings with the former Minister of Public Works, Minister Delil. We had meetings with her to deal with these issues. And we also with her also had meetings with the Chief Justice and the role players in the space. So there is work that we do in terms of this matter. The fact that there are still challenges does not mean that there is no effort, Chairperson. And we acknowledge that there are still challenges with regards to the issues of infrastructure, which must be resolved by all the stakeholders, ourselves and the Department of Public Works and the consumers of the service. The Potchefstroom Court, Honorable Bredenbach is aware. She has been sending me messages about the Potchefstroom Court, and I have always inquired what is happening. The last time I inquired, I was told that there is a service provider on site, appointments, and they are going to start working. But from time to time, when you check, you find out that there is no service provider on site. And you ask, what is the problem? You are told there are certain challenges that they are still resolving. But it's a matter that Public Works is indeed attending to. And these are some of the issues we hear from time to time, even from members of the public, honorable members. The Honorable Swart, I think the issues that you have stated, all of us are aware, and the high level of crime, and the issues you have raised with regards to corruption. The reality is that the best fighter against crime is for the economy to grow. As a country, we need to have the economy functioning, people being at work, and being involved in productive activities. What we are dealing with in the criminal justice system is the product of failed families and also of an economy that is not growing. We have to resolve the economic challenges of the country. We also have to deal with the challenges in the family units in our country. While we have to ensure that whoever commits a crime must be held account in the processes of the criminal justice system, because the biggest deterrent to any crime is for anyone who commits crime to know that if they commit crime, they will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be convicted, and there will be a punishment for their crime. So all those will definitely happen when the criminal justice system is helped to function, which is a task that we have been given and we are doing our best. With regards to the material different from the evidence, I think I've already spoken to that. With regards to the cost containment measures, I must be able to state up front that indeed it is going to be a challenge for government. There might be a need for readjustment in terms of our program, but that will only be clearer when all the issues have been consolidated and the cabinet has made its own pronouncement in this regard. And with regards to the issues the chairperson has raised, reliability of information, I think I've already spoken to that with the AG issues. The cost of producing bread, which the chair has raised, that maybe we may also have to engage with our counterparts in other departments to share this information, and for sure we may also get some lessons from them. It's a point we are going to take forward. We will share it with health, education, and see what is it that the state can be able to leverage out of this experience that we are now having at correctional services, which is true that we now have evidence. We know ourselves the cost of producing bread, how much is it, and there are other products that we will be able soon to know how much it costs us to produce whatever products that we have in our platform. And thank you very much to honorable members. I hope I've been able to respond to most of the issues. I will request that with your indulgence, Chairperson, you could allow the DM if he may want to add anything. I'm not sure if he has raised the hand or not, but in case he has. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. No, it was just on the issue of Potchefstroom. The Minister has covered it, but just a bit more detail, which and that is that the problem was that Public Works needed a variation order. They were working on the court, renovating it, and then bits of the roof in a different section that they were working to came off. And they got the variation order on the 8th of September, and on the 13th of September, the next week, the service provider was working on the court. I was sent pictures of people working on the roof. So I hope that is continuing. But it is, Pretoria Magistrates Court for the last 3 weeks. It didn't have any water on the 1st to the 5th floors. There was water on the ground floor, but there was some technical problem with the water on the higher floors, and that was attended to immediately, but it took time for Public Works to figure out what the problem was and how to fix it. But yeah, so it does happen where we are aware of it. We do push Public Works and engage with the Public Works Ministry. But yeah, it sometimes unfortunately takes time. Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is the Deputy Minister of Correctional Services in the platform? It doesn't look like.
I don't see him.
Yes, it doesn't look like. Okay, thank you very much. Can we now address...
Chairperson, just to help, I hear that he has apologized. I don't know if there is information has not reached the secretariat of the committee, but he did brief me that he won't make it. He has apologized. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Can we now address the second item, the issue of Prof. Snail? Members, you have heard the Deputy Minister and later any comments? Deputy Minister, my only challenge is that this matter has been with us for I think the duration of our term, and I'm not sure how did it work with yourselves that there would be a dispute of how much has to be paid to a person for 5 years, but what was he promised in the first place? So what gave rise to the dispute of facts?
Chair, as I understand it, the department is of the view that it's one amount of money, and Professor Snail is of the view that it's more than that, and that would, I think, include the travel issues. As I had said, I thought the issue had been resolved, and when I met Professor Snail, was disappointed to find that it hadn't, and was then wanting to take it up with the department, because, as I said, it's essentially an issue of an interpretation, as I would understand it, an interpretation of the prescripts. The amount payable to part-time was determined and so it surely must be an issue of how the calculations work, which surely must be able to be resolvable without Professor Snail having to go to court. On the issue of the allowances, as you know, that is still work in progress with Treasury, but whereas my counterpart had said to the committee, the expectation is for that to be resolved very soon. And I don't know how much then that will impact on past part-time commissioners, because it's obviously something that would apply going forward. Thanks, Chair.
But issues like traveling and all those things do not form part of that determination by yourself and the Deputy Minister of Finance. So we are mostly dealing with historical dispute with regards to Prof. Snail.
Yes, Chair. On the allowance, sorry, on the amount paid to him as a part-time commissioner, as I understand it, that is a dispute between himself and the Department of Justice as the accounting department, it would. I thought, as I said, the issue had been resolved. Found that it hadn't. I want to go back to the department to see what can be done to find a resolution to this matter, so that it doesn't have to go to court. That's the one, and then the other seems to be his in terms of his letter, his travel allowances. I see Professor Snail is posting that it's allowances and benefits per the appointment letter, but that had not been resolved. But anyway, that should be gone into as well. But what my proposal was give us, myself and the department, 2 weeks to try and resolve the issue with Professor Snail.
Okay. So within 2 weeks, then communicate with yourselves as to the date. We will communicate the 2 weeks starting from tomorrow, and with the Secretariat, and then we'll communicate the date by which you should be reporting to the Portfolio Committee. But it must be within the 2 weeks that you have agreed to solve this particular matter. Is that in order, members?
It's an odd chair. I'm interested also when they come back in the 2 weeks that, I'm just checking if this were to go to court, would they not be expected to pay more than settling with him? So it's quite a an unnecessary process, but I support that.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that 2 weeks will also coincide with the report back by both the Deputy Minister and Deputy Minister Justice and Deputy Minister Finance. That will be dealing with the whole issue of commissioners, their benefits, not commissioners, regulators, their benefits, and their conditions of service. So that 2 weeks will coincide with the report back that we expect from Justice and the Department of National Treasury, so that we conclude this matter before we adjourn. So I think that has been taken care of. Then the last issue for under the Department of Justice is this issue of the Department of Justice and Information Regulator. The department has, in fact, the letter, the information we have is that the Information Regulator has made a determination that the department is in breach, and as a result, it must pay 5 million, and the department is taking that to court. And we have received a letter from the minister that it would not be advisable to discuss the matter since it's before courts, but the committee felt that at least we should be given reasons as to what gave rise to where we are today, so that we can be in a position to map the way forward as the committee on our side. Members, is that the summary of what we agreed on?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe it would be important that members, especially those who raised the matter, are able to speak, so that the minister can respond and we're able to move forward.
We're in agreement, Chair.
Oh, okay. And then maybe one issue, Minister, directly from my side that I would ask. From the report we have, is that you had, in fact, the department had an opportunity to appeal in terms of Section 97, subsection 1 of the Bobia Act, and the department did not appeal, but it decided to go to court. Is that correct?
Chair?
Is Honorable Swart? Okay, Honorable Swart.
No, Chair. I think I understand the minister's dilemma with the court proceedings, but I think what one needs to ascertain is for us to exercise an oversight function. How long is it anticipated that this review case will take? My experience with High Court matters is it can take many, many months before this matter is heard. And when is it expected to reach finality? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, with your indulgence, Chair, can I request you to allow the DG to respond to this matter in particular?
Thank you, teacher.
Thank you very much, Minister, Chair, and the honorable members. The first question on the amount of time it will take, we are not yet sure. We're not sure yet. The information regulator still has to respond to our papers. That's one. But just broadly, us missing the opportunity to do the appeal, I think it's a borderline issue as well, might be just a part of what will be ventilated. But what transpired was, after the first notice, there was a slip up by the relevant officials for us to respond on time. That's the first part. Later, when the information regulator had taken a decision, we, on the basis of going through the information regulator was indicating to us as the basis of the decision that there was information that we provided that appeared that was not considered. And we went to the information regulator, and the information regulator in writing said, we can't inform you whether we considered what you gave us or not. We have become functors of issue. We advise you to review our decision if you are not happy. I don't know that helps, but that's so part. I'm not saying we took the decision to review because of that, but the final communication from the information regulator was to say, we can't respond to you on whether we consider that information. And our conclusion was that that information was not considered. Had it been considered, the decision that was taken wouldn't have been taken. So the information regulator said the only option you have under the circumstances is to review our decision. Thank you very much.
Members, your comments? Honorable Judge.
No, Chair, I think the summary of what the DG is saying quite clearly raises two issues that there would have been an oversight on their part, as well as the failure to respond or to initiate the appeal. Because the fact that information regulator would have given that response, that is after the effect. And so having that oversight, having failed to follow due process, you're now taking information regulator to court. Is that a correct understanding that I'm getting? That's what I want to comment on, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm broadly in agreement with the Honorable Jantjie. I think what needs to happen is that we must quite possibly, as part of our oversight role, be a bit more direct and say it's all well and fine and well. Parliament, as the legislature, can obviously not will be overreaching if we tell the department they're not entitled, if they form the view that they now must take the matter on review, that we can't tell them that they're not entitled to do so. What I think, however, we need to be favored with is full details as to who was responsible to deal with the matter from the department side, who then, I think, as the DG put it, slipped up and did not, in terms of the timelines, engage with the information regulator when there was still an opportunity. And then, as also indicated, secondly, if there was then an internal appeal available, who failed to make use of that? Because what we now sit with is, even if the department is confident of success during the review, is a situation where, firstly, public funds, taxpayers' funds, is being used to now, I want to say, cover for the, at best, negligence on the part of those who had the responsibility. But secondly, and that is also a worry, is we've seen with other institutions how a proliferation of review proceedings of the findings of people who are entrusted with a public function in order to protect ordinary South Africans has contributed, along with many other factors, but has had a significant contribution to the undermining of the effectiveness of those institutions. So it must be a big worry for us, both from a finance perspective, but also from the perspective as to whether it is really this department who who must set an example, who's, I want to say, the mothership of the information regulator, whether it was considered what the ripple effect will be of a decision of this department as the first one against whose adverse findings have been made, to now go to court to take this matter on review, and all of that, which could have been prevented if those within the ranks of the department just did their work. Very worrying.
Are you done, Honorable?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I hope the Minister is listening to the issues raised by members of the Portfolio Committee. But I think the issue that Honorable Horn has raised, it will be in the interest of the committee to get that. I mean, that information as to who slipped up, that will be part of oversight. And then I think all other issues, the department and the minister have heard us, have heard our concerns. DJ?
Thank you very much. I wouldn't have to come after your summary. Just I thought the point that Honorable Janchi was raising and Honorable Horn, just to briefly want to say this review is not taken in order to cover up the administrative slip up. There's an investigation currently going on to deal with that. And yet, as Honorable Horn correctly raises, that we need to, that part of the oversight is what then we will be reporting on in terms of the update on that part. So the review is really materially substantive and procedural matters that the administrative slip up, even if attended to, wouldn't necessarily then say you will not want to deal with the two procedural issues, not for reasons of the precedent setting nature, but really the interpretation of the law and what the issue at point is. So I just needed to give that comfort. So it's a thin line that we are navigating, and we really appreciate the part that as administration will be accounting to the executive authority, the minister and the deputy minister and the portfolio committee, because it is the functioning of the department. But then there's this part which as well, the decision was not arrived at lightly. It was not a mere issue of saying we'll cover up, we'll have to come here and admit that the department had either failed to carry out certain requirement in terms of the Information Regulation Act, and wouldn't just have said we want to review. And yeah, so thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Now, I think we have come to the end of this presentation. Maybe what we might want to consider as the Portfolio Committee from the presentation that we received today, especially on the issues pertaining to the integrated justice system, is to, when we compile our report on the legacy issues, maybe we should think about making a specific recommendation to Parliament, that Parliament, not just a portfolio committee, should really think about this project, the oversight of this project much more closely, the 7th Parliament. It's, I mean, billions of rands have gone, and we are not seeing the results. And the impact or the opportunity costs that the state has suffered, it's more than the money that we have lost. So it would be in the interest of Parliament, especially because this is a cross-cutting issue. It would be important that Parliament should be developing an approach that would ensure that it is not just dependent on the ministers if they are willing to meet, so there must be some form of accountability to Parliament in the form of reports like the JSCs and other institutions are doing, so that Parliament can be kept abreast. And we think, and I suggest that that would improve also the governance of the project. But we will need, as we deal with towards the end of the term, deal with the legacy reports. I think it's one issue that we might need to spend some time to craft a proper resolution that would the 8th Parliament will need to look at. Even this one, I think at a committee level, we should be recommending that the next committee should really have an interest of ensuring that it is continuously brief, maybe about the development of this case between the department and the information regulator, because it would be important that we understand from time to time there will be difference of interpretations. There will be those tensions that maybe they might not be solved by the regulator and the relevant department, but we should always encourage that litigation should be the last resort. And we would, of course, information regulator is a new entity. We would, I mean, this process, I think, is also a learning curve to all of us, including the department. But the new committee would receive this report as to who is responsible or who was responsible for the slip up and what actions have been taken. Because if you go through the report, even from the side of the information, about 1,200 files were affected. And that is not just files, that is lives of people. So it will be very important that this matter should not really end here. We should really follow it. In fact, the next committee should really follow it up and ensure that the investigation report that the department is undertaking, the committee will have sight of it and decide as part of its oversight what that committee would do. But thank you very much, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the department. We will be meeting with the department tomorrow. And they would be answering mostly the operational questions from members. But thank you to the Executive Authority for attending. We hope that you will also make follow-up of the issues that were raised by members, and also inform the next administration. Thank you very much, Minister, Deputy Minister. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Members, do you want to break for lunch or do you want to take Legal Aid South Africa, which is the last item?
Okay, what about a short break and then we should continue maybe early? Should we just have a short break, 10 minutes maybe?
10 minutes, okay. 10 minutes. Then we will come back at 2:25. Can we start? Let's welcome the Legal Aid South Africa. Who is leading the Legal Aid South Africa? Is it the chair or the deputy chair?
Thank you, Chairperson. It's the Deputy Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, CEO. Let me welcome the Deputy Chair and the team. Over to you, Deputy Chair. Can you assist the Deputy Chair to connect?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon, Deputy Chairperson. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I have just reconnected. The network in Limpopo is pretty difficult because it's not load shedding, but there is no electricity. I think there is some. Thanks very much. But good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, all committee members and the chair. Good afternoon, the execs of Legal Aid and my fellow board members. That the opportunity to thank you for allowing us to come and make this presentation about our annual performance report. Before you will be myself, Machala Naidu, the CEO, executive management as led by the CEO Mantiti Kola and the CLE Patrick Hundemark. I think also amongst us there is Mr. Sitopo. Namote is the COO, and I think there is also the legal executive for Land Right Management Unit as having been established by Legal Aid SA pursuant to the decision that we should be able to start to represent members of the public and the claimants in particular in terms of land right matters, and that is the Land Right Unit Management Executive Thabiso Mbetse, and I think the CFO also is before you today. I would not read out the presentation myself or proceed with it. The CEO being the executive person leading the institution. I'm going to leave it to her to proceed with that, and she will be able to present to you the structure of the presentation and the members of executive management who would take the committee through the report. Thanks very much. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. I'm not sure if the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Deputy Minister are still on the platform, and also heads of departments from sister entities and colleagues, all colleagues on the platform. As the Deputy Chair has introduced members of the Accounting Authority, the board, I also would like to acknowledge them. And also we have the Audit Committee Chair, Mema Khoba, and Mema Chela Naidu is the Deputy REMSEC Chair. And we also have the shareholder representative, Mr. Pandelani. And as the Deputy Chair, I'm not alone. I have my co-drivers, that is the Menko executives, the COO, Mr. Sitopo Mamuteti, the CLE who's wearing two caps of the Chief Legal Executive and Acting NOE, Mr. Patrick Hundemark, our Legal Executive, Land Rights Management, Mr. Mbense, and our Minister of Finance at Legal Aid SA, Metin Zwalo Mufukeng. So that's the team that will help me to present this presentation outline. Firstly, the Legal Aid as overview and mission, vision, and values. With your indulgence, Chairperson and Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, we will skip, and I will just delve straight to the performance overview. And the CLE acting NOE will do the in-depth presentation on the legal service delivery. Our CFO, Metinzolo Mufukeng, will delve more on the financial performance, whilst our COO, Mr. Sitopo Mamuteti, will handle the human resource management, governance, sustainability matters, and I will then conclude. Honorable Chair, we are pleased to present the 2020-23 annual report on behalf of our team, which is affectionately known as the Legal Aid Citizens Management, the leadership that I've just introduced to the committee, and the accounting authority that is the board. And would like to extend our gratitude to the Honorable Minister for capturing our performance highlights in his political overview. Raleboha, Minister. Legal Aid has delivered another successful year by achieving 97% of its business plan. That means the predetermined objectives. And that is deemed very significant because compared to the 84% that we achieved in the previous financial year. And in terms of legal delivery, as the Honorable Minister has indicated, that we assisted just under 600K persons in the year under review. And this is 100,000 more people that we assisted than in the previous financial year, where we assisted 487,000. The criminal legal aid constitute 87% of that total, and civil 13% of the total of legal aid offered. And the legal advice that was offered under the year, during the year under review, it's 209,962, and that's double what we offered in the previous year, which was 132,000. And for the first time, Legal Aid SA, we're reporting 326 land matters in this reporting cycle. And kudos, this would not have been possible. This is our first year of operation, and kudos to our cross-functional land task team, led by Mr. Thabiso Mbenze, our CFO, Mr. Tinzolo Mufukeng, and our leadership team for ensuring that this transfer is done in line with the applicable prescripts and for securing the seed funding. And in the previous sitting in May, we did confirm that there is an MTEF provision for this new mandate from National Treasury. The integration and emerging transitional matters are receiving attention with the help of the board, the shareholder, and all primary stakeholders. The organization remains committed to the responsible and prudent spending of public resources, of endeavoring to comply with all applicable legislation and regulations. And we managed to spend 98% of our 2.4 billion allocation. And as the Honorable Minister has indicated, Legal Aid SA attained a clean audit outcome, which is the 15th consecutive clean audit outcome and the 21st unqualified audit opinion. This would not have been possible without the contribution of our legal aid citizen and the collective board and all governance structures. Legal Aid SA remains an employer of choice with a stable workforce of our legal aid citizens with a turnover of merely 4.5%. In addition, Legal Aid scooped a top employer South Africa accreditation for the 14th successive year for its leading HR practices. And in the year under review, Legal Aid SA accelerated its focus on women empowerment in senior management, leadership, and also in the procurement space. And for the first time, we exceeded the predetermined target for women in leadership, which was set at 45.2, and we exceeded it at 45.8. And we must thank this honorable House for imploring us to do better in this regard. In terms of IT, our IT platform remains stable in spite of the erratic power supply, with a system availability of 96.4. And we're pleased to inform the House that more than 90% of our legal aid citizens are equipped to work remotely. And this is a big week for us, as our call center is migrating to a cloud-based solution, enabling our paralegals to take calls remotely. Our communications department's innovative initiatives such as digital brand integration in popular television soaps, freeways, malls, soccer matches provided legal information and education to the public. Our community outreach during the year under review was intensified, and we witnessed an increase in our social media presence. One of the lowlights that for the year under review is that we incurred irregular expenditure of about 14.2 million, which is higher than what we reported in the previous financial year. And the rise in the irregular expenditure is attributed to our newly formed Land Rights Management Unit's allocation of matters to non-tax compliant practitioners and those that are not registered on the central database, valued at 11 million. When we took over the function, we had on the register 740 matters. And for us not to disrupt the provision of legal aid, we encouraged the legal practitioners that were already handling those matters to register to be accredited with Legal Aid SA. And a majority of them have done so, but we are still engaging them to ensure that all those that were handling matters that were transferred to legal aid are properly accredited and they are registered with CSD, and also that they are tax compliant. And concerted effort is done by our finance team and the LRMU team to ensure that this is not repeated, by making sure that the allocation of matters now is done on the ELA system. That will make sure that this is averted in the future. So that's our performance highlight for the period. And I will hand over to our CLE, acting NOE, to just unpack the legal delivery highlights in detail.
Good afternoon, Chair and honourable members of the committee. All protocol observed. I think the CEO has sufficiently greeted everyone, and I rely on our CEO for that. So, Chair, just on the legal services delivery, and I'm now on slide 9, and I see it is on the platform. So just from Legal Aid South Africa perspective, all criminal courts, specialised child justice courts, sexual offences courts and commercial crimes court are covered using our mixed model service delivery system. So mixed model, which will mean our own internal practitioners, which constitutes at this stage about 97% of the coverage, Judicare, which constitutes about 2%, and then our co-op partners, agency agreements, and strategic litigation, which makes up the other remaining 1%. Our court coverage targets were achieved in terms of our planned court coverage. So district courts, we planned for 86% coverage. The target is 80% or greater. Regional court coverage we planned for 95%, whereas the target is 90% or greater. And then in the high courts, we provide representation on all matters where qualifying applicants require legal aid assistance. CEO did mention that we afforded legal aid to 581,430 in this current year. You will see the table sets out a comparison between 21-22, which was still obviously impacted by the COVID year, versus 22-23. In terms of criminal matters, we had an increase of 2.3%. Civil matters, we had an increase of 21%. Land matters, we're not able to, as CEO mentioned, there are 326 new matters we took on in addition to the 749 that we took over from the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. Children's matters, you will see once again, there was also an increase of about 12% in children's matters from 21-22. And then the provision of legal advice, the significant increase is a 58% increase. So overall, in terms of persons assisted, we had an increase from the previous financial year of about almost 20%. In terms of the children we assisted, the 13,167 in this 22-23 year, 7,161 or 54% were children in conflict with the law, and the 6,006 or 46% were children involved in civil matters, particularly insofar as it links to the administration of estates, particularly of orphaned children, and whereby we then collect the funds that is due and pay it into the Guardians Fund. On average, over the last few years, it's been anything between 40 to 55 million we've paid into the Guardians Fund in these estates. In regard to strategic litigation matters, which is our bigger matters in terms of the require dedicated and additional resources, we achieved a 90% success rate in terms of the 15 finalized matters. Of those 15 matters, 10 were finalized with an outcome. One had a negative outcome, and thus the 90% success rate. And then 5 matters were finalized without an outcome. Then in terms of overall and service delivery, particularly on the quality side, we continue with our quality monitoring and intervention programs, which entails that training programs. We have achieved our training program targets, legal research and support programs. So we have a legal researcher that looks at issues, that comments on legislation, and that also provides support to our practitioners in more complex matters where they need assistance. Mentorship and supervision of our practitioners by senior practitioners and the management. We've continued with our access to electronic libraries, and we've moved and shifted more to the electronic libraries than the physical ones, being more cost effective and easier to keep up to date and maintained. And then, of course, independent of management who implement our quality measures, we have a quality assessments that are conducted by a legal quality assurance unit that falls under internal audit that reviews in terms of a coverage plan, our practitioners to determine the quality of the services in terms of their files, both in terms of a file review, but also in terms of court observations. All categories of legal practitioners achieve the quality targets for their file audits and court observation scores in both criminal and civil matters. So overall, we achieved our targeted percentages. There are some practitioners that didn't make it, and then we have very specific measures in place to manage those practitioners. Client feedback. In our COVID years, unfortunately, due to limited capacity, we weren't undertaking that. We've come now in this year, we're back in full steam. So we undertake client satisfaction surveys via our advice line. And average satisfaction levels for criminal clients, and there were 224 surveys done, was 91%, and then 77% in terms of civil clients, and there were 719 surveys conducted there. Our target is 80%, and we have implemented specific remedial action insofar as it links to improving our overall client satisfaction, particularly a program we implemented and ran about 10 training sessions of back to basics for our practitioners, our paralegals, and our support staff to understand some of the issues in terms of client services and client satisfaction. We also established a candidate legal practitioner support school. So this is there particularly to support our candidate attorneys in preparation for the admission exams. Sorry, I should have mentioned I am on slide 10. So that sports school runs remotely, and so it runs on Saturdays, and our senior practitioners are there to assist candidate legal practitioners in their preparations for the admission exams and dealing with specific subjects where they need assistance, covering the full curriculum. Chair, then I move to the next slide, slide 11, which is just gives you an overall picture, as I've mentioned earlier, so don't intend dealing with that. Then we can move to slide 12 in terms of legal services delivery. So it looks at new legal matters in total. As you will see, I mentioned our local officers who are internal practitioners, attended to 97%. Our Judicare there of 7427 constituted 2%. Our cooperation partners, agency agreements, strategic litigation, and land rights constitute the other 1%. Criminal matters and civil matters, you can see the split, as CEO mentioned, 87% to 13%. Finalized matters, once again, you can see there overall, we finalized slightly less than what we took in new, which creates a backlog. And that's something that we are monitoring and on an ongoing level to look at our backlogs, because if we're not finalizing, it means we're building backlogs. So you can see the split on a similar basis to what the new was. And then legal advice matters, you'll see our local officers provided the majority at 150,000, our advice line 38,000, and our remand detainee program, where we have 13 dedicated remand detainee paralegals that visit the correctional centers with the highest remand detainee population, particularly to convince those that haven't accepted legal aid to take on legal aid. Chair, then I move on. My last slide here particularly is just gives you a comparison. Slide 13 gives you a comparison over 4 financial years. As you will see, 2019-20, which was a pre-COVID year, say for the March. And if you look at that, 2020, 21, 22, in 22-23, we are coming back to our pre-COVID levels, save on the criminal side, still slightly less. Civil matters, we're also slightly less, but that will be ascribed to a reduced capacity, particularly in terms of the budget cuts. And then children's matters, you'll see we're more or less equal. Provision advice, significantly still down from pre-COVID levels. It's demand driven, but it's one of those where we are involved in our programs with our communications department to encourage people to make sure they understand that we are open once again for assistance. So that is then the comparison over 4 years in terms of our services delivery. Thanks, Chair. I will hand over to the CFO to deal with our financial performance.
Thank you, Patrick, and good afternoon, honorable members, the Minister and Deputy Minister, our board, and the executives. So I will be taking you through the financial performance, and the CEO has already given the highlights in terms of our budget spend. And I just want to also mention that our budget spend is also linked to our performance. So I think this speaks to how we budget. We budget in line with our targets. And so we see the 98% spending on our budget, which is very closely correlated with our performance. The percentage of our performance in terms of 2022-23. The second part that I want to also mention is that when we met in October last year, there was a concern that was raised by by the portfolio committee on the fact that if we don't spend our budget, it essentially becomes difficult, when there are conversations about budget cuts, to actually put forward a motivation why legal aid's budget should not be cut. And I think we can see that our spend has improved. And if we go look at the trend, we are at the same percentage as we were in 2019-20, and that was before the COVID period. So in terms of our budget as well, when the COLI was introduced, or rather was approved, the cost of living adjustment that was then implemented in November 2022 without funding from Treasury, and so it was not budgeted for. So we had to find funding within our budget, and we were then able to fund that increase. But also the funding of the increase, coupled with the land rights management delayed funding confirmation, and also the capacity constraints that my colleague Patrick has also alluded to, was the reason why, part of it, that we're able to fund the adjustment, but we also realized that there was more constraint on our budget, because also we have to fund the land rights unit in terms of service delivery and the capacity. And also our budget is mainly in salary, in COE. So that is where the allocation, the 80% of our allocation is sitting. And that's why any increase in the cost of living adjustment, or any increase will have a real impact on our budget. And 2022-23 is the second last year of the budget cuts that we've experienced since the beginning, and the majority of the cut has been on COE, and therefore we've needed to rationalize our employment and our staffing, and that will also be seen in the human resources presentation. But also I think it is good to mention that in terms of our spending, we've been very prudent in how we spend, making sure that we don't spend where it's not necessary, where we have assets for a longer period. So we have, we replace assets after a longer time than the industry norm. So those are some of the cost containment measures that we've implemented as well. And also, I mean, the COVID cost containment, which is the, reduced traveling, online meetings, and so forth. And I think another issue just to mention, Chair, is the issue around the funding for land rights, where we did come to the portfolio committee last year. We did receive our allocation, but I think it is worth noting that when we received our allocation, the allocation was then, it's less than 100 million. Meanwhile, in the discussions between the Department of Agriculture and DOJ and Legal Aid, the agreement was, in terms of looking at the costs that had been incurred by agriculture since, taking on land matters, the allocation should have been sitting at 117 million, but our allocation is sitting at less than 100 million. What has happened since then is that we've had discussions with Treasury and DOJ in terms of, increasing the funding allocation, the baseline allocation, so that we are able then to ensure that we are delivering the service the way that we intended, which is through internal capacity, because that is cheaper than getting Judicare. The other component of the land rights management is the contingent liability, where the 742 matters that were transferred without funding, that we have been funding from our baseline, because we can't let the matters not run. So that is another issue that is in discussions with Treasury and the DOJ. So I think we can move to, we are on the next slide. So in terms of compliance, we have, I think the CEO has mentioned that, in terms of irregular expenditure, we have seen a regression, and the regression can be categorized in terms of the land rights matters, where we didn't get tax compliant practitioners who were also registered on CSD, which is a requirement in terms of procurement in the public sector. But what I think is also worth mentioning is the fact that consequence management at legal aid is quite a serious matter. We have, for all those instances of irregular expenditure, consequence management is either has been finalized or is in the progress of being finalized. And it is also worth mentioning that the Auditor-General has also seen how we have and commented on the fact that legal aid does take consequence management seriously. So that is worth noting. And in terms of then compliance as well, we have managed to, pay our suppliers, 97% of our suppliers within 30 days. The balance of it would be the reasons where there's other additional information or other inquiries that needed to be resolved. And, the resolution of these inquiries are also dependent on the reception that we get from our service providers. And I think the other challenge that I want to also mention is the issue, and it was also part of the deliberations that happened earlier in terms of office accommodation for legal aid and, and DOJ entities. We have really struggled with getting responsive bidders for office accommodation especially in remote areas. We are in the process of relooking at different strategies of acquiring properties. This includes the outright purchase of properties in those areas, especially where we've struggled because, landlords are non-compliant. They're not giving us all the documents in terms of the requirements per Treasury, and also in terms of the Property Act. So we find that we have to actually cancel tenders, and then we find ourselves extending contracts way beyond their original terms. And we can move to the next slide. So I think this slide I did allude to at the beginning, that we are at our spending in 22-23 is in line with our spending in 2019-20, which was before the COVID period. And also, I think just to mention that in 2019-20, our allocation was sitting at 2 billion. In 22-23, our allocation was 2.4 billion. And of the 2.4 billion, there's also the land rights funding allocation, which was 89 million in 22-23. And I think it is, as we can see, that the increase in terms of our baseline allocation has been marginal, but also because of the budget cuts that we have experienced. If you look at it, you might think, oh, it's a big increase, but it's actually not a big increase if we think about all the increases, the inflationary increases that we've experienced in the period, and also the cost containment and other cost cost management strategies that we've had to implement in order to ensure that we don't exceed our budget and we are also still able to meet our targets and perform in terms of our mandate. And I think the issue around the spending on transformation, the CEO has also alluded to that we managed to award 48.2% of our procurement to women, to businesses that have women representation. And also just to note that we have seen a great performance from these entities, and we will continue to push the transformation agenda as far as we can. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to the COO.
Thank you, CFO. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, honorable members of the committee, board members of Legal Aid, and colleagues. I'll be covering human resource management and sustainability, as well as governance. With regard to human rights management, we had a total staff complement of 2,840, and then 76 of these are legal staff. And out of 2,840, we managed to recruit 94%. Our target was 95%, and the variance of 1.4% is mainly attributable to land rights management unit positions. As the CFO has indicated that our budget for LRUM was confirmed in November, and we couldn't start with recruitment until the budget was confirmed. So we started recruitment in the last quarter of the financial year that we are reporting. But overall, this 94% recruitment rate is an improvement from the previous year, which was 92%. And then in terms of the staff turnover, we improved by 0.7% because our staff turnover reduced to 4.5% from 4.2%. And we managed to achieve most of our equity plans, employment equity plans, except for Africans, which is the actual was 77.6% from 79.2% as a planned target. And then, however, with the equity, what we have achieved is equity on women, as the CEO has already alluded to. It's our target was 45.2%, and we achieved 56%. And then, however, with the target for senior management, we are below by slightly 0.6% for 10% for Africans and also for Blacks. But we did achieve our target for women. Next slide, please. Back to the slide. Okay, and this slide is just okay. This slide, yes, this slide is talking about women empowerment. We have a staff complement of 56% women, and then yes, and then another thing is that we have done in terms of women empowerment. It's in this current year, our CAs recruited was 60% women, and then we have a GDK women empowerment. Out of the 304 million that was awarded, 35 million was awarded to women business.
And the CFO has already alluded to the fact that overall, 48% of contracts awarded were women-owned businesses. And another thing that we pride ourselves in achieving, it's all our training programs were on target and some were exceeded. And then also we reviewed our EVP within our means. Thank you. Next slide. This slide, Chairperson, is just an overview of what I've already covered. We had a 94% recruitment rate, and 76% of our workforce are people who are responsible for delivering our legal services. And then we had a top employer of the year, 14 years, continuous 14 years. And then our staff turnover, we had an improvement from 5.2 to 4.5, and 50% of our workforce has over 11 years of service with legal aid. This slide also just an overview for 4 years, and then recruitment. As you can see, it's only now that we are almost higher in terms of recruitment compared to 2019-20. The reason why we were lower in the previous 2 years is because of COVID-19, and also we were conscious of the budget cut. And then in terms of our recruitment, it's turnover, as I've indicated, in 2019 it was 5.78, and then in 2020-2023 is 4.5. So on average, it's a staff turnover of 5%. And with regard to governance, it's we are happy to report that we managed to submit quarterly reports on time, and as well as annual performance plan to the executive authority. Our board, although we had 2 vacancies at the end of the financial year, it performed well and it met all the responsibilities as expected by the executive authority. And again, it's with regard to risk management, we had a risk plan and strategies and policies which were reviewed by the board, and the board also reviewed our risk appetite and tolerance level. And on quarterly basis, we report to the audit committee on how we are doing in terms of risk appetite and tolerance. We also have a combined assurance forum that reports to the audit committee, and this forum reviews the risk, the residual risk of the organization, and compare it with the risk tolerance and appetite of the organization. We also have assurance provided by internal audit, which reports to the audit committee, and it achieved 96% of the plan, and then their target was 95%. So it was an overachievement of 1%. And then from time to time, legal aid is required to review amendments submitted by DOJ, and then we managed to review those and provide input to DOJ as and when required. Next, please. Next slide, please. And then lastly from me is sustainability matters. In terms of sustainability, we report to this committee about the interaction with our stakeholders. We had 1,112 interaction with the stakeholders that work with vulnerable groups. We had 23 interaction with stakeholders that deals with legal or are in the legal cluster. We further had 1,516 of community outreach, and lastly, we had 106 assets that have been donated to community radio stations, schools, and NGOs in terms of the PFMA guidelines. Chair, that's all from me, and then I'll hand over back to the CEO to do concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. That is the team that we call Management Committee. These are the executives that make sure that we attain the predetermined objectives, we attain the audit outcomes, and also make sure that we comply with all the applicable prescripts and still look after our legal aid citizens. In conclusion, I'll just go over the challenges that we have highlighted in Section B of our annual report, which still persists even in this current financial year. Continued mandatory budget reductions affecting staffing levels, remuneration, and employee value proposal. Would like to do more for our legal aid citizens in return to the commitments that they have demonstrated over the years, but we are constrained by the budgetary cuts. The new LRM Land Rights Management Unit transitional matters and funding are receiving a sharp focus, and also the governance body, the board, is helping us in this regard. And we must say thank you to the shareholder, the EA, and also the DG and team for their continued indulgence as we knock on their doors to make sure that this new mandate is fully funded. Our capacity to match the increasing demand for civil legal services and criminal relief center. It pains us when we're not able to help everyone that requires our services due to limited resources, and also we are unable to assist our colleagues in the Criminal Justice Center when they plan for relief for criminal or backlog courts, as we do not have criminal relief capacity. We have increased the number of most matters are handled by our internal resources in a bid to make sure that we stay within budget, as it is expensive to have the matters being handled by Judicare as opposed to our internal legal practitioners. Service delivery disruptions caused by the impact of load shedding or water. Our crisis committee is very proactive to make sure that there is continued service in all our 64 local offices, 64 satellite offices, and also at the head office. We continue to focus on meeting all employment equity targets. As I said, of the 7 targets, we're only meeting 2 so far, and there's concerted effort to make sure that we meet all of the employment equity targets for 2020 to 2025. Our IT team is working around the clock to build a resilient cybersecurity environment, and we have made considerable investment in the year under discussion to make sure that we are cyber resilient. And the CFO has touched on the office accommodation, which is one of our biggest spend on OPEX, where we have non-compliant landlords in far-flung areas who fail to meet SCM requirements. And in conclusion, though the financial constraints continue to underpin our planning and our execution of our mandate, we'll place great effort continually to make sure that we fulfill the strategic plan 2020-2025 and APP deliverables for every respective year. And also making sure that we improve the internal delivery model with due regard to the demand for legal representation in land matters, ensuring good governance and management of the business, and continually assessing the impact of current economic as well as socio-economic challenges on the strategic objectives. And that then, Honorable Chair and honorable members, concludes our presentation on behalf of the citizens, ourselves, and also our accounting authority, the board. Ke a leboga.
No, thank you very much to the Legal Aid South Africa for the presentation. I will now note members who want to raise hands. As I'm noting members, you seem to be downplaying this issue of legal practitioners who do not have, who are not tax compliant, and it's a very, very serious matter. How are they able to run their practice if they're not tax compliant? CEO. I have Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of our accreditation for Judicare, that is mandatory. That one should, tax compliance should be in order, and they also must be registered with the CSD. The issue with this irregular expenditure that we incurred was primarily because of the handover matters that we inherited when LRMF was transferred to legal aid. Some of the matters were so advanced that we wouldn't not continue. And at the time that we accredited them, they were compliant. But when the invoices were paid, their status had changed. And because the function was not integrated into legal aid wholly in its infancy, the processing was done outside the system. We have since ensured that all processing of invoices for land right management and also the processing of all land matters is done through our ELA system. In that way, our system is geared not to allow any payment to non-compliant providers. So that is one of the teething problems that we experience. Hence, we talk about transitional matters, and that as and when we identify those, we deal with them and we make sure that the same is not repeated with the help of our oversight committee.
Thank you, Honorable Nivot Duhan, Honorable Horn. Is that order?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Also, thank you to Legal Aid South Africa for the presentation. And I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Legal Aid South Africa for the clean audit, as well as the unqualified audit. And also, again, the award as South Africa's top employer of choice. So congratulations on that. And thank you for the presentations. Just a few questions with regard to the challenges faced by the Land Rights Management Unit. Internal challenges, can more detail perhaps be provided, and how Legal Aid South Africa going forward will capacitate this unit, how this will be done going forward. Then also, earlier we heard from the Auditor-General that Legal Aid South Africa has no indicators regarding the backlog. With regarding to the reduction of the backlog. So I just wanted clarity. Why is that the case? Why are there no indicators, or were you not required to put it in previously? I just wanted clarity on that. And I think, Chairperson, that is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to Legal Aid South Africa. I think, firstly, what needs to be done is that Legal Aid South Africa should be congratulated and thanked, really, for maintaining the good audit outcomes that they've become known for. From my side, just one issue. It's to an extent related to what the Honourable Nivo Drachen has now raised around backlogs. When this committee previously dealt with backlogs, a backlog reduction program, and the reasons for the backlogs, we were informed that sometimes the unavailability of legal aid practitioners contribute to postponements and therefore the backlogs. Now, when we last engaged Legal Aid South Africa on this matter, and specifically on the coverage reports, it was said that at that point, what really has happened because of budgetary constraints, as well as that I want to say a backup team or sufficient number of legal aid practitioners to not only cover every court or courtroom, but also have some practitioners in reserve who sometimes would spend the day at the office, and then if somebody falls ill or is on ordinary leave, they would be able to step in. That the budgetary reductions over the years has caused that capacity to be depleted. So I would want to inquire whether that is still the case, or whether Legal Aid South Africa has been able to turn around that specific situation. And then, yes, Chair, I also wanted to inquire about the tax compliance and how it can then be that the Judicare practitioners, that sufficient numbers is found to accredit tax compliant Judicare practitioners, but not in respect of the new mandate of Legal Aid South Africa. Does that mean that it is a totally different, I want to say, a group of practitioners from which Legal Aid now source people to assist with the land matters? Yeah, I struggle to understand how, in respect of one category, Legal Aid South Africa can find a sufficient number to ensure compliance, and in respect of the other category not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn. Over to you, Legal Aid South Africa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, honorable members, for the valuable input. And thank you for the compliments we will relay to the Greater Legal Aid SA. In terms of the Land Rights Management Unit, our envisaged delivery model is that we build internal capacity of internal practitioners. And honorable members will recall that we took over the function in January 2022, just before we ended up the financial year. And when the function was transferred, it was not transferred with the funding. And it was only in its first year of operation that funding was only confirmed towards the end of Q3. So legal aid would not take the risk of capacitating that unit, as at that time it was unfunded. And for us to take over the function, the board was generous that we utilize some of our retained surplus just to make sure we can take the function from January to March. And when we entered the new financial year, which is the one under discussion, for 3 quarters, there was no confirmed funding. And that way, we started at the back foot. And what did we do in that 3 quarters? Because we didn't want to disrupt service delivery, before we took over the function, we had encouraged the Judicare practitioners that were at agriculture to accredit in accordance with the legal aid Judicare system. As with any change management, there were teething problems, but we didn't want to disrupt the matters and make sure. But at the time that they were accredited, probably maybe a year before the transfer, they were compliant. And it takes time for any transition for us to make sure that this was done within our system. That integration still had to be developed, and we're happy to say that has been fully developed, and now matters are done in the system. So hence we collectively call this transitional matters. And as we speak, even the contingent liability that was determined in 2022, in 2023, the year under discussion, is still unfunded. And that's where the CFO earlier mentioned that there's continuing discussion with our shareholder and also with National Treasury. That then explains the 2 categories of Judicare, and also why we did not immediately proceed with our envisaged model. And in spite of the fact that we received funding, or funding was confirmed towards the end of Q3 of the year under discussion, we had advertised and started interviewing before. And when the year ended, we're happy to say we're over 50% recruitment to make sure that in terms of our internal delivery model, we're going to have legal practitioners across our footprint in all the provinces and in all the offices, guided by the information that we get. Where are we likely to get many land matters? But currently, we have representation of this land matters internal practitioners across our footprint. And in terms of the reduction of backlogs, Honorable Member, sure. I think over the MTEF, we have shared a lot of money. For the year under discussion, it was 30 million, and it was on cost of employment. And remember that in terms of our expenditure, 80% is cost of employment. So any budget cut will impact on our staffing, invariably impact on our service delivery, because that then the number of practitioners, and also in addition to the budget cut that we suffered, we also had to accommodate COLI, which was not budgeted for. So that left us very hard pressed that we could not increase the headcount or make arrangements for that relief capacity. So the issue of budget constraints for legal aid, unfortunately, it's tied to service delivery. And in terms of our presentation, on the legal delivery on slide 9, we did say this is planned court coverage. And because of the funding scenarios that we find ourselves in, for district courts, we have our target is 80%. For regional courts is 90%. And it's only at high courts where representation is provided in all matters requiring legal aid. And if you look at our targets, are closely linked to the financial position of the company, because there's no way we can increase headcount, accommodate the unbudgeted colleagues above what we have allocation for. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much to Legal Aid South Africa, and thank you for the presentation. This is our last interaction with yourselves. You have been one of those institutions that have worked very hard under difficult circumstances. We are really proud of Legal Aid South Africa and of your achievements. Over the term, I mean, there is no single financial year that we were really worried about your performance. What has kept us worried is the budget cuts, because we think that with more allocation, you could safely do more. We are very confident that you could safely do more. But we'd like to thank you and pass our gratitude to all men and women who are on daily basis serve Legal Aid South Africa, and by extension, the people of South Africa with excellence. And would like to thank you from the board, the executive, and everybody from Legal Aid South Africa. This is our last interaction. We have enjoyed interacting with yourselves, and we think that you should continue and compete with your previous success and continue to succeed against yourselves. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the meeting. Can I have members of the committee, only members of the committee, for 2 minutes as everybody is leaving?
Thank you very much, Chair. From us as the board, we also wish to thank members of the committee for having interacted with us. This is our last interaction as this current board also. And as we exit from the board, we are thankful that the members of the committee have been able to become our sounding board every time that we came to you guys to interact with you. So to all the members of the honorable members of the committee and yourself, Chair, we thank you so much for having given us as the board an opportunity to serve the people of South Africa as we did. And I want to also congratulate management for the work that they have done. On behalf of the board, we are thankful that this committee has been able to help us guide management the best way that we can. Thank you very much and stay well. May we meet in the future in other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and honourable members. Stay well.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Only members. Amen. Yeah. So we can proceed.
Chair,
Sure.
we're still removing people. We still have a lot of people who are not from Parliament.
Oh, okay.